Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to our member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Me and my kids have been there for over an year right now. And children are friends. It doesn't matter where they come from.
Nosotros estamos en una zona netamente selvática. La línea de adyacencia va desde el norte hasta el sur, va desde Modesto Méndez hasta Aguas Turbias, tanto en el norte como en el sur. Esta línea tiene 215 kilómetros de extensión.
Y ahí vino él, se buscó creo con los de la OEA, y de allí vino el proyecto para acá, para Judá. Y fue que lo dieron el terreno, y lo dieron todo lo que era mano de obra y el material para hacer las casas que están ahorita. Y por ese motivo estamos aquí viviendo todavía.
La misión continúa trabajando en la implementación de medidas de fomento de la confianza mientras se aguarda el resultado del reclamo que está atendiendo la Corte Internacional de Justicia por la disputa marítima, territorial e insular. Nuestra oficina en la zona de adyacencia realiza verificaciones a solicitud de ambos gobiernos, facilita reuniones y patrullajes conjuntos entre las Fuerzas Armadas y promueve una cultura de paz y cooperación entre las comunidades locales.
Children will be children. And they have harmony. They don't see each other as a different country, but they see each other that they're growing together.
Con la ayuda financiera de la Unión Europea.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement quédate en casa, que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos, no podemos ser neutrales.
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SBDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Me and my kids have been there for over an year right now. And children are friends. It doesn't matter where they come from.
Nosotros estamos en una zona netamente selvática. La línea de adyacencia va desde el norte hasta el sur, va desde Modesto Méndez hasta Aguas Turbias, tanto en el norte como en el sur. Esta línea tiene 215 kilómetros de extensión.
De allí vino él, se buscó creo con los de la OEA y de allí vino el proyecto para acá, para Judá. Y fue que lo dieron el terreno y lo dieron todo que era mano de obra y el material para hacer las casas que están ahorita. Y por ese motivo estamos aquí viviendo todavía.
La misión continúa trabajando en la implementación de medidas de fomento de la confianza mientras se aguarda el resultado del reclamo que está atendiendo la Corte Internacional de Justicia por la disputa marítima, territorial e insular. Nuestra oficina en la zona de adyacencia realiza verificaciones a solicitud de ambos gobiernos, facilita reuniones y patrullajes conjuntos entre las Fuerzas Armadas y promueve una cultura de paz y cooperación entre las comunidades locales.
Children will be children and they have harmony. They don't see each other as a different country, but they see each other that they're growing together.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo del público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral. Que el cierre de brechas, que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos, no podemos ser neutrales.
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Me and my kids have been there for over an year right now. And children are friends. It doesn't matter where they come from.
Nosotros estamos en una zona netamente selvática. La línea de adyacencia va desde el norte hasta el sur, va desde Modesto Méndez hasta Aguas Turbias, tanto en el norte como en el sur. Esta línea tiene 215 kilómetros de extensión.
de ahí vino él, se buscó creo con los de la OEA, y de allí vino el proyecto para acá, para Judá. Y fue que lo dieron el terreno, y lo dieron todo que era mano de obra, y el material para hacer las casas que están ahorita. Y por ese motivo estamos aquí viviendo todavía.
La misión continúa trabajando en la implementación de medidas de fomento de la confianza mientras aguarda el resultado del reclamo que está teniendo la Corte Internacional de Justicia por la disputa marítima, territorial e insular. Nuestra oficina en la zona de adyacencia realiza verificaciones a solicitud de ambos gobiernos, facilita reuniones y patrullajes conjuntos entre las Fuerzas Armadas y promueve una cultura de paz y cooperación entre las comunidades locales.
Children will be children and they have harmony. They don't see each other as a different country, but they see each other that they're growing together.
Por la ayuda financiera de la Unión Europea.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Países conectados. Gracias. Muchísimas gracias, secretario general adjunto Néstor Méndez. Bienvenidos al diálogo con los observadores permanentes.
Welcome to the dialogue with the permanent observers, which is being held for the second time in a virtual manner at this very important hemispheric gathering. On behalf of the government of Guatemala and the President Alejandro Matei Falla, it is a great honor for me to moderate this strategic space and welcome Secretary General Luis Almagro, the Assistant Secretary General, Mr. Néstor Méndez, and the distinguished ministers, vice ministers, and permanent representatives of this organization, as well as all those persons who are with us today. I extend a special greeting to the permanent observers, friend countries, whom we thank for their valuable participation and support. We give a warm welcome to the new permanent observers to the OAS, Uzbekistan, and Australia. There's no doubt that their participation will strengthen the joint effort and work. Ladies and gentlemen, Guatemala recognizes the important role the OAS has as a hemispheric political forum and dialogue platform for the purpose of exchanging good practices, establish partnerships, and facilitate cooperation with you. Permanent observers are our strategic partners, and we reaffirmed that at the last General Assembly through resolution strengthening the participation of permanent observers in the OAS activities. At the OAS, we discussed the many challenges facing the region, from the defense of democracy and human rights to programs to promote peace, move towards food security and nutritional security, citizen safety and security, mitigate the migration crisis, and counter the effects of climate change and natural disasters. This is the perfect place to discuss these issues of common interest so that together we can build a renewed America, which is the theme of our General Assembly, and orient our discussions to identifying the necessary actions that need to be taken so that the foundations of our region are solid, inclusive, and sustainable. Ladies and gentlemen, 2020 changed the course of history. Since then, the COVID-19 pandemic regrettably has left serious consequences. And yet, it has also given us the opportunity to learn, reflect, and acknowledge the key role that solidarity and international cooperation plays in working together to address any challenge. A significant accomplishment has been the global effort that has led to the development and distribution of safe and effective vaccines. And yet, there is still a challenge to move towards equitable distribution of the vaccines. The generous contributions and support of the permanent observers in this effort have been vital to helping the organization respond to the needs of member states in an effective manner. Your cooperation and technical assistance has contributed to the effort to strengthen the democratic systems, the protection of human rights, and to advance the integral development and multidimensional security agendas, therefore demonstrating your commitment to the Inter-American agenda and the very important work done by this organization. There is no doubt that the complex circumstances we have encountered has revealed the vulnerabilities of our region, and it is essential, therefore, to take a collaborative approach. In this effort, we value the commitment of the permanent observers, their contribution to the OAS, and on a bilateral basis, their support to Guatemala. Amongst these efforts, I'd like to highlight the support that was received in strengthening democracy and the political processes of member states, supporting the deployment of electoral observation missions, and specifically we appreciate the support given to the Guatemalan election in 2009, the implementation of the mechanism on cross-border communication and the legal transfer of weapons, munitions, and other materials that has received the financial support of the OAS, the training of public employees in order to implement the Inter-American Program on Open Data in order to prevent and combat corruption, another program that has the support of the German Cooperation Agency, the continuation of the program to strengthen institutions that provide access to justice for the victims of crime in El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, and the Dominican Republic in phase 2. The special mission in the area between Belize and Guatemala for the peaceful resolution of a controversy and the reestablishment of the Inter-American Program of Judicial Facilitators in our country and the region that has received the support of the Netherlands. The comprehensive framework of the solution of regional disputes, of which Guatemala is the pro tem chair. We appreciate the participation of the countries in the platform presided by Spain and includes the observers of France, Italy, Switzerland, the European Union, and the Holy See. The implementation of the project that guarantees the right to food and health and nutritional safety in the Americas, the strengthening of the tools, entitled entities and tools of the Inter-American system for the purpose of supporting disaster management in the Americas. It is very important to also mention that Guatemala, together with the support of the OAS, has been strengthening the dialogue and national discussions through comprehensive programs that focus on the open government, the prevention and combating of corruption, and the institutional strengthening for the purpose of achieving multidimensional security, including combating drug trafficking, laundering of assets, prevention of violence, increasing security, strengthening customs and border safety. In this effort, we thank you for this valuable support. Ladies and gentlemen, the multidimensional, unprecedented challenges we face today are a great setback in attaining the goals of sustainable development and also in attaining peace and stability in the region. These challenges go beyond our borders and require international and multidimensional solutions. And thus, this is where dialogue, concerted action, cooperation at the interregional level is the path we need to take to overcome and strengthen our weaknesses, recover resilience, and establish the basis for the recovery of each one of our countries. It is in this path that I invite you to join us to strengthen our partnership and take advantage of the knowledge, experience, creativity, and abilities and skills of the member states and observers to help us respond to the priority problems that we need to address during and after the crisis. Before concluding, I would like to ensure that all participants who wish to speak have the same opportunity to do so. Thus, I would like to urge that each intervention be limited strictly to a maximum of 4 minutes. In this way, we will be able to ensure that all the speakers will have an opportunity to speak, and we we'll have enough time to allow the permanent representatives who wish to speak to do so. Before beginning the program, I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Oliver Joseph, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Grenada, who is following our dialogue. Again, I thank you for your participation. I am quite sure that this dialogue will be a very fruitful and enriching one in helping us attain our goals. Now, I would like to offer the floor to His Excellency, Secretary General of the Organization of American States, Luis Almagro. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor for us, and we enthusiastically welcome the permanent observers to this dialogue to discuss the opportunity to reach renewed America during the General Assembly. I so welcome the ministers, vice ministers, heads of delegation of member states from observer countries. It is timely to dedicate this space to dialogue with observers and thank them for their important role in advancing democracy, human rights, the development of safety in Latin America and the Caribbean. In each of the pillars of our organization, the work we do with the observers is crucial, strategic, and fundamental. Guatemala seeks to orient our discussion to the need of overcome the destruction caused by the pandemic through a sustainable and inclusive manner. A renewed America is a challenge we cannot object to. It requires a commitment on the part of everyone. The international community will be, the role of the international community will be felt through their proposals or inaction. The leaders of the region have sounded the warning. There can't be any economic recovery without vaccinations, and we must overcome the catastrophic consequences of the pandemic. In addition to being an epicenter of the pandemic, our region has been the victim of three calamities: poverty, migration, and climate change. These three have reinforced one another and threaten and prevent recovery and movement towards recovery and development in the region. In this scenario, most countries cannot see an end to the pandemic yet. In Latin America and the Caribbean, some countries have vaccination rates that below 20%. So it's an absolute priority to have an international plan of equity in accessing vaccines and vaccination. It is crucial that we work to attaining the best conditions for international equity, and that we do so within each country to ensure access to vaccines and vaccination. And in order to do this, of course, we have to support the work done by the Pan American Health Organization. They have done an excellent job at streamlining information, the health systems, and the health systems are now need to respond to this crucial moment. We have to work with the institutions in each one of the countries, but we also need to create the capacity to be able to strengthen their institutions. Our countries also suffer from financial issues, and that's why we urge our bilateral partners to help in the economic recovery of small economies. We urge international financial institutions to commit themselves to bringing about the economic recovery of our economies in Latin America and the Caribbean. Obviously, we are also dealing with the huge migration crisis and the forced displacement of many Venezuelans to many countries. And in Central Americans towards the Northern Triangle, Nicaraguans, Haitians, all of these migrations need to be addressed urgently and under the framework of fully respecting human rights. We thank the observer countries for their support to the host countries, as well as the vocation of Spain to support the issue in Latin America. Climate migration, the change in climate specifically affects the most vulnerable in the Caribbean, Central America. Our countries are the first border against climate change, and from year to year they have to suffer through the hurricane season and tropical storm season. So now we need to move from rhetoric, from talking about climate change and fight against denial speeches, and move towards action. We have to find solutions. We have to find better conditions so that our countries can adapt, and that implies new and additional financial resources. We welcome the efforts of COP26, but much, much more is needed. More commitment to mitigation and a much stronger effort to adapt as the countries in the region who suffer the most from this face. Multilateralism means that we have to work together. We value the partnership of our observer countries with the OAS. We urge you to look at where you can cooperate to deal with these crises in Latin America and the Caribbean and move towards a renewal in the Americas. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. We will now move on to the opening statements of the Ministers of Foreign Affairs of member states, and we will allow 4 minutes per delegation. We'll begin with His Excellency Mr. Albert Remdi, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Business and International Cooperation of Suriname. You have the floor, sir.
Yes, good morning to all. Minister, our good friend Pedro Barolo from Guatemala, thank you very much for hosting this General Assembly. And also Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, good to see you all. Colleague ministers, permanent observers, delegates. Let me first state it's a pleasure to take part in this dialogue, in this traditional dialogue between OAS member states and the permanent observers. It takes place at a very critical time in the history of our nations, in fact, of the world. So that makes it even more important and more relevant to speak today. So thank you very much for the opportunity. The topic which has been alluded to earlier by both the Minister and Secretary General on a renewed America. In fact, we should even speak about the renewed world as we speak about changing patterns in the world, how countries communicate, how countries work together with each other. So the definition on how interstate relations will be and how they will be structured going forward is of critical importance. I think that in itself is a critical agenda item. No doubt, and I agree with Secretary General Almagro, that we need to revisit our multilateral framework for political consultation and cooperation. We should look at the characteristics of that multilateral framework. In fact, a new multilateralism is required to address the issues we are speaking about. And when we speak, in my view, Chairman, about the renewed America, we should recognize a couple of issues. One, and I think that's the most important, we should recognize the interdependence between states in our hemisphere, but also at the global level. And within the Americas, it is clear that we need to work together, we need to cooperate in such a way that it benefits all. But that means also that we will need to collaborate with extra-regional partners, whether that be permanent observers, which have played a critical role to the development in our hemisphere already, but also to international institutions at a global level. I think that's a new dimension which we need to bring in this consultative process in terms of dialogue. We need to accept that the consequences of leaving countries behind in the international context. No country can be left behind. We have seen international solidarity failing in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic when it was at its height. And where we thought that international solidarity was already very much grounded, it wasn't that grounded as we think. We need therefore to develop a new multilateral agenda that deals with the threats towards peace, towards the planet and prosperity, and one that would facilitate a sustainable development of our region. And when I say sustainable development, it's not only from the perspective of the economy and in terms of jobs and investments, I'm speaking also from the perspective of stability in terms of peace and in terms of politics. We have to focus also on people. Ultimately, it is people who make the difference in the collaboration between countries. And we have seen people suffer in the consequence or in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. So international solidarity and international cooperation, in my view, is key in building that resilient and stable democracy for the Americas and an economy that will prosper. We need to focus on strengthening democracy, the rule of law, but also electoral systems and state institutions. Those are long-term investments in building sustainable and stable countries and societies. This is an investment which we expect not only the OAS to make, but also our partner countries, the permanent members, to contribute to. We need to also focus on education, but the education that will bring us in the new cycle of development, innovation, knowledge-based societies, equitable access, and quality education. The other two things which we need to focus on in this agenda is on climate change, where we spoke about in Glasgow the past couple of days and is still ongoing. But more importantly, the transition towards a green economy, towards a carbon-free energy framework. Suriname is a carbon-negative country, and we want to keep that as is. Together with Panama and Bhutan, Suriname are the only 3 countries in the world being carbon negative. And I'm happy that together with our colleague Erica from Panama, we signed the pledge for maintaining that status of carbon negativity, not carbon neutrality, but carbon negativity. And I think more and more that should be the objective. We hope that this pledge and this alliance will grow over time. And then the last item on this new agenda must be COVID-19. We all speak about resilience, building back better, but that cannot happen without opportunities to reboot our economies. If we look at supply chain in the world, currently with the high cost of freight, then you have to question that objective of being able to rebuild better. So to build back a better, more stable, peaceful, and prosperous Americas, we will need to make investments. I see that collaboration between partner countries like the permanent observers, but also among our countries as investments in these areas to make sustainable development a reality. And within the Americas, special attention should be given to small island states and countries with low-lying coastal areas, because they have high debt ratios, they have seen economic decline, there are several vulnerabilities of these countries. The natural hazards can bring the economies of these countries back for decades. And we need to make sure that in partnership with the permanent observers and under coordination of the OAS institutions, we work towards targeted assistance, not general assistance, but targeted assistance to these countries for creating their future development. I want to thank the permanent observers for the support so far and want to urge them not only to support these countries, the Western Hemisphere, the member states of the OAS in the Inter-American system, with only financial resources and technical assistance, but also include now political support to certain relevant initiatives. One of these initiatives is certainly the discussion on multi-dimensional vulnerability index, because that framework that we have right now that is based on GDP is not sufficient to characterize countries and make those countries eligible or not for certain international instruments of support. We need to have a more balanced, realistic criteria, and this is the multidimensional vulnerability index, which is proposed by CARICOM. So, and the same goes, and I won't speak too long, and I'll close with this. The same goes as Secretary General Amargo said. We need access and equitable pricing of COVID-19 vaccines and building domestic regional capacity of vaccine production. That is an investment in which I believe ECLAC is putting a lot of effort in. We should support that. We have seen the dependency with regard to availability of COVID vaccines in terms of access, as well as in terms of timing and pricing very much, and still several countries are affected by that. Let me close by that. We must realize that in the new Americas, we not only must accept the equality principle of each member state being equal, but also that we need to understand that there is an interdependency, that we all depend on each other. And for that reason, there is a moral obligation to work together, to cooperate, because simply there is no other option. Thank you very much, Minister, Secretary General, and all other colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister and friend Albert Ramdim, for your message. I would like to remind all the participants that we have 4 minutes in order to responsibly be taking the agenda and move forward on the agenda. Thank you very much, Minister Ramdim. Invito ahora a Su Excelencia Erika Moines, Ministra.
Let me now invite the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Panama to take the floor. Her Excellency, Ms. Moines. Minister, may we beg you to activate both your microphone and your video. I thank everyone in my cordial greetings to the ministers, to the Secretary General, to the observers. I will try to be as brief as possible and merely touch on a couple of issues that I consider of particular import to our meeting today. At the end of the day, in difficult times, when we speak of dialogue in our region, I think we need to recognize that that dialogue is fraught with challenges, but so too are the tremendous, very real challenges we face, like the pandemic, in this very rich and very, very valuable region. We've heard much about the pandemic and the difficult diagnosis at the beginning. We have only had 80% who have really grappled with it. 35% of them, of people have died who had contracted the disease. The voice of the Americas, quite frankly, has not been heard. And neither do we have a real roadmap to be heard more clearly. We know the main places through which much in the Caribbean irregular migration passes, much from Africa. In Panama, 8,000 migrants went through us. And by the way, this year we went from 8 to much more than double that, about 50,000 at this point. This is alarming, and this is not hyperbole. From 8,000 to 50,000, you do the math, and we need to figure out how to tackle that. So a third point for alarm is the debt. We went from 50 to 79% in our level of indebtedness in Panama, and we have the highest levels of indebtedness in the world. And so while we so sincerely celebrate our being together here, I want to be very, very clear. Your company is most valuable, but your involvement is even more so. We have just come back from the COP. We talk constantly about the climate crisis, and we in the Americas know a lot about this. And so when in Glasgow we say, yes, we're very, very worried. I heard Albert, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Suriname, whom we have just heard. Suriname and we in Panama and one other country are the only 3 in the world who are carbon negative, not carbon neutral, as he said. And we need to establish safe, roots 5% of the original peoples of the world protect 80% of our forest land. We have a great number of indigenous people in our country, and we and others, alas, do not offer them sufficient access to health and to other critical services. And so the indigenous peoples are, in fact, the guardians. They are entrusted with saving so much of our planet. We need to do better by them. From a political standpoint, certainly also, democracy is facing tremendous challenges in the region. And that is not in only one or two instances. And there again, we desperately need a broad-based support. We've all suffered from the pandemic, but there is this other scourge, which is the erosion of our diplomatic principles. We've got to roll up our sleeves and get to work, understanding the critical role that we must play. And when again we speak of geopolitics, the traditional trends, politics and trade, the other big cross-cutting issue, of course, is climate. And we have got to give back to the planet what we need. I spoke earlier of debt. I'm going to touch on it again because my country has, and I do not use this adjective lightly, frankly, unsustainable levels of debt. And when you add to that the ongoing battering of hurricanes and other climatic scourges, we understand, and I hope you do too, that inaction is not possible. We have got to get involved and we have got to do better. So thank you so much for being here. I very much hope and trust that this will be a dialogue that will be fruitful. Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister and dear friend Erika Moines, for that very compelling message and for your standing with us this morning.
Minister of Foreign Affairs of Grenada, you have the floor.
Minister, can you kindly activate your microphone and your video, please? And your camera?
He's requesting the floor again, sir.
Okay.
1 second.
Hello, good morning. Are you hearing me?
Yes, Minister.
Oh, thank you very much. Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, good morning. I thank you for the opportunity to share. Very briefly, I will stick to my 4 minutes at this very early stage with the permanent observers, just to highlight 2 critical points in our discussion. The first thing is, we need to put people first in all of our deliberations. The pandemic has taught us that lives matter. I think the emphasis sometimes is placed too much on the economy and reviving the economy. But I want to put to this meeting that our emphasis should be on people. Public policies should reflect people-centered growth and development. So we have lost many lives. We need to get people back to work. We have limitations. But unless we put people at the center of all our discussions, we would have missed the target. In the OAS, member states have implemented numerous public spending programs, making a remarkable effort to mitigate the effects of the crisis, but they have been insufficient to prevent the deepening of poverty and inequality. And that's the two words I want to leave with the meeting. We need to address poverty and inequality. And I say that in the presence of the permanent observers who have contributed over the years and play an extremely critical role in the OAS. But as we move post-pandemic, we need to ensure that we reduce poverty and deal with the issue of inequality. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Grenada, Oliver Joseph. Agradecemos también al canciller Albert Ramdin.
We're also very grateful to Minister of Foreign Affairs Ramdin and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Panama, Erica Muñez. And I now turn to our first round. Please recall that you have a 4-minute limit to your statement. And we have Spain, Italy, France, and the Holy See. Let me give the floor to Juan Fernandez Trigo, the Secretary of State for Ibero-America and the Caribbean and the Spanish language in the world. Your Excellency, you have the floor. Chancellor Brolo, Distinguished Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, Ministers, permanent representatives, I am deeply grateful for the opportunity to share this space of dialogue and reflection with you today, and to bring you a warm and cordial greeting from my country. I am the Secretary of State, as you have just heard, for Ibero-America and the Caribbean and the Spanish language in the world, and this underscores the commitment of my government to the Western Hemisphere. The delegation of Spain here is also standing for multilateralism and the defense of common values and the common challenges that we face in the world. My country wants to be a part of the will to go forward of these American states, which is patent in this slogan we have chosen for our 51st General Assembly, towards renewal in the Americas. We are looking for an America post-pandemic, which is free, fair, just, environmentally minded, and that leaves no one behind. The defense of democracy, the rule of law and human rights, gender equality, the fight against poverty and inequity, as well as a decided action against climate change, are but a few of the challenges before us in this 21st century. And we have to be ready to do better and to do more through our peoples in order to offer security to mankind and to the world and the hope of sustainability. Spain has decided to offer itself as a bridge between Europe and the Americas, particularly as a result of the pandemic in the health sector. Just last October, we started to donate vaccines. We are now amongst the greatest donors of vaccines in the world and within the European Union. We're talking about 15 million doses at a minimum that the President of Government stated would be the case in Andorra last April, and indeed also at the GA in the United Nations through COVAX and the Pan American Health Organization. We hope to make it a reality that access to vaccines is a common good and must happen on an equitable basis. We are strong supporters of the OAS, as you know, and one example of our effective and solidary support for you is the support that is 15 years old. The fund that we have set up that has expended more than 50 million euros through our cooperation, Spanish cooperation. This stands for stalwart support also for the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights and the Inter-American Court on Human Rights, a broad vision that believes in economic, social, cultural, and environmental rights, the so-called desk rights, and institutional support through our support of electoral observation missions and the observatory that keeps its eye on that aspect. But let me say bluntly that without women, there is no democracy. It's as simple as that. And therefore, one of our basic planks in working in Latin America is working through the SIM and helping shore up the presence of women on electoral rolls. Let me also speak of multidimensional security and its legal and juridical development and justice for victims, as well as our commitment to diversity and the LGBTQ++ collective. We don't forget either the importance of preventing crisis, and a good example of that is what we have done in the Belize-Guatemalan zone, among others. I don't forget either the complementary and very necessary role that the PAHO plays, Pan American Health Organization, as a premier member of the Inter-American System. 2.15 million euros have been donated to it for the coming period. The pandemic, we know too well, has exacerbated poverty and our stability in this hemisphere from an economic, social, and political standpoint. So we align ourselves with democracy and against any totalitarian incursion. Let me briefly speak of the recent elections in Nicaragua. Spain, together with the rest of the European Union, simply does not recognize that such elections took place. Why? Because from the instant that the participation of any opposition is banned, there can be no talk of elections. And we exhort Daniel Ortega to finally let his political prisoners go and to end the blatant repression that is oppressing his people. The commitments undertaken by Nicaragua in human rights must be remembered, and indeed its own constitutional precepts. The pandemic has taught us much, and it is time, is it not, to strengthen our alliances through cooperation, mutual and solidarity agreements. We know that in this region, which is of such high priority for Spain, we can do no less. Spain feels a very deep and genuine brotherhood and commitment to each of your countries and to each of you individually. Please know that we understand that as Spain will be heading the European Union in the second semester of 2023, we will be particularly well positioned to push this agenda forward. Our commitment today to this region, let me tell you to end, is stronger than ever. And I congratulate us all on this important 51st regular assembly of the Organization of American States. Thank you very, very much, Secretary Juan Fernandez Trigo, and very, very grateful also for your stalwart support to this hemisphere. Let me now turn to the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation for Italy, Your Excellency Marina Sereni.
Vila, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Guatemala, Your Excellency Luis Almagro, Secretary General, Your Excellency Nestor Mendez, Assistant Secretary General, distinguished ministers, dear colleagues and friends. We just had the opportunity to meet Minister Brolo, Secretary General Almagro, and other 18 ministers and 10 vice ministers of the region gathered in Rome for the 10th Italy, Latin America and the Caribbean Conference. I am delighted to see you again today and to renew our commitment for mutual cooperation. Let me also wish Foreign Minister Brolo all the very best as Guatemala hosts this 51st General Assembly of the OAS. I am sure it will be a very productive session in a crucial moment for the region and for the world. The theme of this General Assembly is quite aptly towards renewal in the Americas. After almost 2 years of severe challenges, it is vital to take a forward-looking approach and to complete that final stretch to defeat the virus and rebuild more resilient, inclusive and sustainable societies. We cannot lose optimism in our future. In this spirit, from my perspective, I look at this dialogue as another opportunity for us to renew the strategic relationship among Italy, Europe and the Americas. We share long-standing relations. Italy therefore supports in Brussels the commitment to develop a more robust partnership with the region for the post-pandemic period. Indeed, by holding the 10th Italy, Latin America and Caribbean Conference, my country offered its leadership and contribution to relaunching a common bi-regional path. As presidency of the G20 and as member state of the European Union, we are committed to collect the operational inputs we received from you in the conference, summarized in the final declaration, and to translate them into concrete actions for the ultimate benefit of our peoples. Among the joint commitments, I would like to mention to press on with vaccine production and distribution, ensuring equal access to all, to promote a more equitable, sustainable and resilient post-pandemic recovery. On clean energy specifically, the Americas have great potential and incredible experience to share. Moreover, contrasting inequalities, including gender equality, is an objective that we must consider as multidimensional in our common agenda. Yet another important priority is the fight against transnational organized crime through initiatives such as the Falcone Borsellino program. Excellencies, the pandemic has acted as final wake-up call for the entire international community. We are still far from the goals outlined in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We must act to rebuild better understanding and eradicating the reasons for these gaps. For our action to be effective, we must also act together. The pandemic highlighted the need for a coordinated response to emergency that goes beyond national boundaries. When Italy joined the Organization of the American States in 1972 as a permanent observer, our government made an important investment in multilateralism. The Western Hemisphere is our natural strategic partner. Today, more than ever before in history, multilateralism is really the only way forward. That is the reason why Italy's contribution to the OAS have continued to increase despite the pandemic, supporting programs across the 4 pillars of the organization: human rights, democracy, security, and development. With regard to the first 2 pillars, before I conclude, I cannot avoid today to express Italy's concern for the lack of democratic credibility in Nicaragua's presidential election on November the 7th. Italy fully supports the recent statement of the EU and calls for a peaceful and negotiated solution to the Nicaraguan crisis, which implies the immediate release of all political prisoners and the resumption of the dialogue between the government and the opposition parties and civil society organizations. The role of the international community, and in particular of the OAS, will be pivotal in order to ease tensions in Nicaragua and to reach those goals. Thank you.
Agradezco su intervención, viceministra Sereni. Hemos recibido.
Thank you for your statement, Vice Minister Sereni. We have received a point of order from the representative of Nicaragua to the OAS, Arturo Marciciestas, and we would appreciate it if we could allow him to speak after we conclude with the other two observers that are supposed to speak. Thank you very much. The next speaker is France. His Excellency Francois de Lattre, Secretary General and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Europe. He will participate through a video. I'd like to ask the Secretary to please put on the video. Mr. President of the Permanent Council, distinguished Minister of Foreign Affairs of Guatemala, distinguished ministers, Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, and permanent observer representatives. The theme chosen for the 51st General Assembly, Towards Renewal in the Americas, evokes many challenges, but from a positive and proactive perspective. We are coming to the end of the second year of the global pandemic that has particularly affected the American continent. The health, humanitarian, economic, and social crisis that it caused revealed or accentuated fragilities to which our democracy must respond without delay. Guatemala, which is hosting this General Assembly, has rightly highlighted some of the most urgent challenges along with the fight against the pandemic: food security, climate change, and natural disasters. Since the beginning of the pandemic, France has been promoting international solidarity initiatives for vaccines and for medical products. We initiated the launch of COVAX and continue to play a leading role in scaling up this mechanism through grants and donations of vaccines. At this very moment, in Glasgow, we have the COP26 taking place, which is continuing the Paris Agreement of December 2015. It has strong ambition to reduce emissions and increase financing for those countries which are the most vulnerable to climate change. This is an urgent challenge that requires a determined global response. France is firmly committed to these objectives and devotes $7 billion per year to climate financing. Most of it, 1/3, goes to adaptation. It's our hope that the spirit of Paris, which led to the success of COP21, will inspire the negotiations in Glasgow. Climate change is inseparable from the protection of nature and biodiversity, which are themselves closely linked to human and economic development. 30% of French climate funding includes the protection of biodiversity. That is more than $2 billion. Costa Rica co-chairs with France and the UK the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People. Nearly 70 countries have committed to protecting 30% of land and sea areas by 2030. This coalition was officially launched this year at the One Planet seminar, which will be followed by a new summit in France early 2022 on the protection of the oceans. Mr. President, while the COVID-19 crisis has demonstrated some remarkable capacities for adaptation and building for the future, it has also accentuated the fragilities that are impacting the ongoing renovation process. These weaknesses are not only social, health, environmental, but they also affect the areas that are at the heart of the OAS work: democracy, human rights, and security. A faithful partner and friend of American countries and of the OAS, France stands up in the international and multilateral arena to defend our common goals and the legitimate aspirations of individuals and peoples. We support the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, particularly in its fight for women, for equality, for freedom of expression, and for the right to an important and independent justice. As we celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Inter-American Democratic Charter, France remains strongly committed to the promotion and defense of democracy, where the OAS plays an important role in warning and contributing. The holding of free, fair, and transparent elections is essential to all democracies, as is respecting the rule of law, the principles of the separation of powers, human rights, and fundamental freedoms. If democracy is to take firm root, it also means fighting poverty that fuels violence, fighting insecurity, and organized crime. Mr. President, Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished ministers, the future of our continent, of American countries and France, are as interlocked as our history. We will continue to work with you and the OAS, also in other multilateral fora, to meet the challenge of an inclusive and sustainable renewal that gives everyone a chance. Thank you very much. Thank you, the Secretary General Latre. I now invite Reverend Monsignor Juan Antonio Cruz Serrano, permanent observer of the Holy See to the OAS. You have the floor, sir.
Señor Presidente, Secretario General.
Mr. President, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, the Holy See is very pleased with this 51st General Assembly and thanks Guatemala for the efforts they have put into making sure this event does take place. The theme chosen for this occasion, towards renewal in the Americas, means to this delegation that this hemisphere does not give up. Instead, it has placed its sights on a very hopeful future, seeking a common good and promoting the dignity of every person. Renewal begins with truly acknowledging the past and examining the present objectively. Today's America is made up of different realities, that of native peoples, Europeans, Afro-descendants, new migrants, and those who have made this territory their home. Every one of them represents the wealth of this continent. As Pope Francis emphasized, when we come out of this pandemic, we will no longer be able to do what we have been doing and the way we were doing it. Everything will now be different. All this suffering will have been pointless if we do not build together a more just and equitable society. If we do not work to end the pandemic of poverty worldwide, or in our country, or in the city where we live, then this time will have been in vain. America cannot be understood without an effective union of the forces of every one of the countries that are a part of it. For this reason, multilateralism becomes essential. And it requires that we strengthen relationships and build bridges between each other every single day, particularly towards those most in need and excluded. It is through such a dialogue that reciprocal relationships will be able to reinforce our objectives, which are none other than those already enshrined in the OAS Charter, where the rights of all are respected and defended, and where democracy is a good that leads to the construction of justice. Pope Francis has often invited us to develop a culture of encounter where differences coexist, complementing one another, enriching one another, and reciprocally illuminating one another. Therefore, in an increasingly globalized world, we need to attain a legal, political, and economic world order which can increase and give direction to international collaboration to continue advancing the development of all peoples in solidarity. A call towards unity is necessary without falling into a single-minded way of thinking or by eliminating what is one's own identity. To the contrary, it is to strive for the collaboration and inclusion of all, where the values and principles that we have received and that are sacred can be respected reciprocally. This hemisphere, which watches over freedom and rights, is called to defend the value of life, the family, the dignity of every person as the image of God, the equal rights of women, of children, migrants, of those who are in a situation of vulnerability, as well as respect for religious freedom, without leaving out the care of our common home, amongst others. Mr. President, the Holy See recognizes and values the work of the Organization of American States as a forum in which we discuss and share ideas, where our efforts are united in defending fundamental rights, always with respect and commitment through dialogue and encounter. For this reason, the Holy See is willing to continue collaborating through its jurisdictions and ecclesiastical entities in building a hemisphere in which everyone has a place and in which everyone's voice can be heard, walking in this way towards a renewed America from a shared history and brotherhood. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Monsignor Cruz. I now call on Excellency Cidreira Elfrida Jacobs, Prime Minister of St. Martin, who will represent the United Kingdom. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Secretaries General of the OAS, Chairman of the OAS, Guatemala. Thank you for hosting this OAS conference. On behalf of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, as you already mentioned, I am the Prime Minister of St. Martin, also a small island development state within these Americas. I thank you for the opportunity to have this dialogue on and for a renewed America. For us, a renewed America indicates a continent that is prepared for future challenges ahead, as such consequences of climate change and food insecurity plagues this part of the world. It is a place where we must further embrace human rights, democratic values, and transatlantic cooperation. And only by working together can we tackle these major challenges. The tremendous consequences of the ongoing pandemic on our economies and communities have shown the need for the importance of close cooperation amongst nations and organizations of American states. Therefore, I would like to show gratitude to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Guatemala as the chair of this year's General Assembly and the Secretary General of OAS for bringing us, member states and permanent observers, together for this dialogue in order to further strengthen our cooperation. Countries in the region are particularly sensitive to the consequences of climate change. St. Martin, Curacao, and Aruba, as small island development states, also face a spectrum of challenges in tackling climate change when it comes to mitigation, adaptation, and resilience. The Caribbean region is extremely vulnerable due to the geographical location in the hurricane belt. In 2017, St. Martin was hit hard by Hurricane Irma, after which efforts in the field of disaster management have increased significantly. The Kingdom of the Netherlands is in favor of a multilateral cooperation within the region in the field of climate change, climate resilience, and disaster management. I must agree with my colleague from Grenada in saying that all actions must be geared at improving the quality of life of all the people. In relation to COVID-19, despite the unprecedented rollout, there is still uneven vaccination coverage within our region. Access to the vaccine and educational vaccination campaigns are of utmost importance. As autonomous countries within the Kingdom of the Netherlands, St. Martin, Curacao, and Aruba were able to receive vaccine doses early on for its population, for which we are very, very grateful. However, the Kingdom of the Netherlands recognizes that not all countries in the region have the same means to secure the needed vaccines. The Global COVAX program has aimed to provide Latin America and Caribbean countries with enough vaccines to vaccinate 20% of their population. The Kingdom of the Netherlands has committed the donation of 27 million vaccines in kind to COVAX. The first batches have been delivered and are transported directly from the pharmaceutical companies to the receiving countries. Through these in-kind donations, the Kingdom of the Netherlands hopes to contribute to the target of vaccinating at least 70% of the population in developing countries by the end of 2022. The pandemic has increased pre-existing structural vulnerabilities such as inequality, unequal access to healthcare, but also unfortunately has led to more pressure on human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. The Kingdom continues to show strong commitment to OAS's efforts to strengthen democracy by supporting, amongst others, the election observation missions of the OAS. Moreover, we reaffirm our strong commitment to support the work of the OAS on promotion of human rights by the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, especially with a focus on vulnerable groups. As partners on both sides of the Atlantic, we should enhance our cooperation to continue to contain the spiraling vicious circle of transnational organized crime, remove corruption, and undermining effects of our states and communities. Instruments such as the Treaty of San Jose can offer a good platform, and the Kingdom stands ready to show leadership. With regard to democracy and human rights, the Kingdom is worried about the situation in Nicaragua, the pressure on civil society and independent media, and the repression of political opposition in the run-up to the elections, ultimately leading to the undemocratic elections of last Sunday, is a cause for great concern. The Kingdom, as a direct partner, also feeling the effects in Aruba and Curacao, remains deeply concerned about the crisis in Venezuela and the displacement of approximately 5 million Venezuelans. The COVID-19 outbreak has even worsened that situation. Together with our international partners, we remain committed to actively contribute to political solutions to the ongoing crisis in Venezuela. The work of the Office to address the crisis of Venezuelan migrants and refugees, as well as a special follow-up mechanism for Venezuela, are examples of the valuable contributions of the OAS to this end, which the Kingdom continues to support. In closing, despite all these challenges, the Kingdom remains hopeful. Crises can lead to innovation and new perspectives of solving problems. Tackling these challenges requires investing in our people, building democratic societies by working together. And thus, as an active observer and good neighbor, the Kingdom of the Netherlands remains your partner in the future, both through the OAS, but also in relation to the upcoming events such as the Summit of the Americas. I leave you now, but wish the OAS and its members a fruitful General Assembly, and thank you very, very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Madam Prime Minister Jake. Sesión con el primer grupo de observadores.
To close this session with the first group of observers, I would like to invite Switzerland, His Excellency Johannes Mathiassi, Under Secretary of State for the Department of Foreign Affairs. You have the floor, sir.
Muchas gracias, señor Canciller de Guatemala.
Thank you, Foreign Affairs Minister of Guatemala, Mr. Secretary General, Ministers of Foreign Affairs, and distinguished delegates of member countries and permanent observers, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the government of Switzerland, I would like to extend Switzerland's appreciation to the government of Guatemala for having organized the 51st General Assembly of the OAS. Cooperation of Switzerland with the Americas strongly focused in the promotion of democracy and the rule of law, as well as on the protection of human rights and the fight against corruption and impunity. One issue of high priority on our agenda, and which has been discussed on several occasions at the OAS, has been the Montreux document and the work to deregulate military and private security enterprises in the Americas. Based on our experience, Switzerland is ready to support the OAS and its member states in finding solutions adapted to the American continent for the regulation of military corporations and private security corporations. On this point, I'd like to thank Costa Rica and Canada for their continuous efforts to promote the Montreux document in the Americas. I hope that more member states of the OAS will be encouraged to follow their example. Switzerland also supports the very important work done by the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights and is special rapporteur for working on freedom of expression, as well as inclusion of Swiss experts in the peace process support mission in Colombia, as well as several other electoral missions sent by the OAS. Switzerland also supports the development of the OAS's methodology for observing direct democracy processes, such as referendum votes, free and fair elections that reflect the will of the people are the only legitimate basis for the power of government, and it allows the people to freely express their political will. That is a fundamental human right. Switzerland continues to be concerned by the fact that the general elections held on the 7th of November in Nicaragua did not meet international standards for these to be considered democratic elections. Switzerland, for years, has been one of the major donors to Nicaragua. We have strongly supported the effort to undertake an electoral reform and to have an inclusive dialogue. That's why we are very closely following the developments in the country, and we call for the restoration of democratic governance and respect for human rights, and for the freeing of all political prisoners in Nicaragua. In referring to the Swiss commitment to human rights and the rule of law, allow me to avail myself of this occasion to remind all member states of the OAS and the permanent observers that the first presentation of Switzerland's candidacy to the Permanent Council of Switzerland for the next General Assembly. We hope to receive your support at the elections next June. For 2 years now, we have lived with the world crisis of the coronavirus. We all know that we can win this battle against the pandemic only if we join forces and if we express solidarity for one another. Switzerland has made a commitment to find a global solution to access and distribution of COVID-19 vaccines that would be available to all countries. Switzerland participates in the COVAX facility and has supported this initiative from its very creation in April of 2020. And Switzerland has done so with $340 million and 5.4 million vaccine doses. In conclusion, I'd like to highlight once again the key role the OAS has in bringing stability and safety to the Western Hemisphere. Please rest assured that Switzerland continues to be committed to contribute to the joint effort to promote and protect democracy, the rule of law, and human rights in the Americas. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency Johannes Matthiasi, Undersecretary of State for the Department of Foreign Affairs. We now will move to the point of order requested by Nicaragua. And again, remind everyone that this is a dialogue, not a formal session of the General Assembly. So we appreciate your understanding of that point. And I now call on the Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Nicaragua to the OAS. Go ahead, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We had not intended to participate. In fact, I was in my office listening and taking note of the dialogue. However, the point of order is necessary, particularly because the electoral process in my country has been questioned. In fact, even the results have been questioned. And I would like to say that in Nicaragua, we voted in a free manner. Free, no pressure, no blackmail, no interference, no sanctions. There was voting with the freedom that is provided by all Nicaraguans. 75% of the population participated, and 75% of voters supported the partnership of Nicaragua Triunfa. We believe that this Assembly's theme is towards renewal in the Americas, which should be looking towards the future and not the past, with neo-colonialist and interventionist positions. We would like to reiterate that in Nicaragua, the Nicaraguan people voted, and that deserves to be respected. It has to be respected, even if we continue to exist with a vision of a retrograde America. We can't just be looking at the past and accept interference in sovereignty. Nicaragua supports climate change. We're very aware that climate change and sustainable development are not problems of the future, but problems of the present that need to be addressed. Nicaragua supports equitable access to vaccines because many of the countries who spoke recently hoarded the vaccines, and that's why many poor countries have no access to vaccines, because many countries hoarded vaccines with the great funding they have and denied access to small countries such as mine. Nicaragua also supports issues as relevant as access to credit for the Caribbean countries, and in particular because they are not the ones polluting the planet. In fact, it's the industrialized countries, such as those who just recently spoke, who do so. And yet the access to credit for these countries is blocked and made difficult. And finally, bringing this point to a closure, in Nicaragua, it's the Nicaraguan people who vote, completely free of any pressure, of any sanctions, of any blackmail. We vote freely, and we will continue to vote freely. Thank you, Your Excellency, and my apologies for the time taken.
Agradezco las muy valoradas intervenciones de su...
I very much thank Your Excellencies and permanent observers who have spoken and upheld your commitment to the Americas. Your role amongst the member states and within this framework of the OAS is vital and cherished, and we look forward to continuing to walk with you. We will remember also the comments of the heads of delegations of member states, and we will begin hearing them now with Mr. Christian Guillermo Fernandez, the Minister for Multilateral Affairs for Costa Rica. Your Excellency, you have the floor. If you could give us just a second, Chair. We did give the floor to the Minister, but I'm afraid the connection is taking a little longer than we expected. Your patience, please. I hope I can be heard. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Excellency, Foreign Minister Brolo Villa. What an honor to have a fellow Central American leading this distinguished assembly. Dear friends, heads of the permanent observer delegations, a very warm and cordial welcome and a pleasure to be with you. We celebrate this opportunity to talk frankly and candidly about the strengthening of the four pillars of this organization. And through your support to us member countries, you have truly begun our natural allies in the development of projects and programs that go to building a more promising future to each of our citizens. And quite frankly, I think that needs to be said. It's important to build on what unites us most, a political commitment to such issues as are so central to all of us, narrowing the social gaps between poverty and wealth, fighting climate change, protecting the environment, the rights of women, boys, girls, adolescents, Afro-descendants, indigenous peoples, LGBTIQ++ groups, migrants, refugees. Attention also to populations that are vulnerable in whichever respect, certainly also to include health. All of that in the hopes that we can indeed achieve integral development, leaving no one behind. That is our aim here in Costa Rica, and I would like to underscore how critical the support of our fellow member states of the OAS and permanent observers has been. Let me refer, first of all, to the manner in which Costa Rica has been able to receive migrants. The program that has been set up aims to receive the migrants and refugees into Costa Rica from our sister republics in a way that will allow the building of a model that may serve to others as to lessons learned and what works best. Last October 7th, I personally had the ability to be present in the presentation of this project, which has been 2 years in the making. Thank you, Spain, Korea, and all of the cooperative sections, including the Secretariat of the OAS to Access and Rights. And we certainly urge all of our fellow members to stand with us in the second stage of that plan to continue helping those populations. But let me turn now to extend my gratitude to those who have helped us so much to work within the IDIS group, headed up by Chancellor Broad. Costa Rica, Guatemala, and Spain have set up an instrument of solidarity that was celebrated in July 2021, through which we garnered donations that reached $110 million to assist the most immediate populations in our states. The idea is to think out of the box, to do better, and to uphold the principle of shared responsibility towards our common humanity in the region. This puts solidarity and a respect for human rights as cornerstones and keystones, if I may say, of how we work together. This, friends, acts as a motor to development, particularly in these days. And to that end, let me also express Costa Rica's gratitude for all the help we have received with regard to the pandemic, especially as to COVAX. And in the multilateral arena, everything that's being done to offer fair and equitable access to the vaccines, which clearly is a sine qua non for us to move forward in the region. So, dear friends, we're doing our best to face COVID-19. This crisis, like none other, has taught us that we absolutely must take a multi-sectoral focus on what we're living through, which is really the last 100 years of economic backwardness. We're in a transition. We're in, as it were, a new paradigm, and we want to seize the moment to measure development in a new way, from a multidimensional perspective, and drilling down into the real needs of each country, because we believe that only that way can we really lay the foundations for a fairer and more equitable basis for international development under the aegis of a renewed international solidarity. This goes to ethics. This is basic. And the strengthening of our international cooperation must be the driving force that allows it to be so. These spaces, such as where we are sitting this very minute, offer us the ability to put our heads together, to generate synergy, to find out what we can do better, what we can do differently so that our economic development may be sustainable, particularly for those who are in the most vulnerable situation. Let us uphold our tradition of solidarity and respect for human rights from the PPT in Costa Rica and in ECLAC. We have certainly put our heads together on that very point. And on behalf of the island nations of the Caribbean, we are paying very, very, very much attention to the initiative Caribbean First. So we appeal to each one of you. You are our friends, you are our partners, and we ask you to continue rooting for this region and building an international cooperation that is ethical and that is determined to do better in assisting the developing countries, doing better in each ambit that goes to the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, thereby reducing inequities amongst our people and amongst all peoples. We want to be resilient. We want to be green. We want to be inclusive in our development, the grid approach of which we have spoken so much, and in which we believe in our democratic institutions. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Minister, and my good friend Christian Guilherme Fernandes. I now give the floor to the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Belize, Amalia Mai. My dear Amalia, it's all yours.
Mis sinceros afectos como presidente de esta reunión.
Let me take the opportunity, first of all, to greet you and to thank you all. Chair, Secretary General Almagro, dear Assistant Secretary General.
Minister of Guatemala, on his efficient chairing of this dialogue. Excellencies, we meet today just 3 months shy of finding ourselves into year 2 of the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic has changed our region, the way we live and work. The lessons learned have been hard, fast, and many. Certainly one of the most valued, it gives purpose to this dialogue with its emphasis on solidarity and cooperation as we work towards renewal in the Americas. Excellencies, allow me to touch 3 areas and challenges that are facing the Americas. In a post-COVID economic recovery context, continuing global solidarity is key, as experience has shown us time and time again that no one is safe until everyone is safe. In real terms, as a vital step towards global economic recovery, the population of the Americas needs to be fully vaccinated. We take this opportunity to recognize the partners who have shown a humanitarian interest in supporting developing countries through COVAX facility and through direct vaccine donations at the bilateral level. We continue to emphasize the importance of continued equitable distribution of COVID-19 vaccines. Excellencies, our vaccine efforts at the national level benefit from a significant boost of bilateral donated vaccines, allowing us to attain an inoculation rate of close to 50%. We are now in the midst of a 3rd wave due to Delta variant, with more cases, more deaths, overwhelming our public health system. And nonetheless, we continue to forge ahead, understanding the necessity of economic recovery to mitigate the disastrous socioeconomic efforts of the pandemic. With livelihood disruptions arising from COVID-19 containment measures, food security and nutrition are critical emerging needs requiring immediate and sustained attention. A recent Caribbean food security and livelihoods impact survey confirms this as a concern for the region. Belize was one of the economies hardest hit by the pandemic. Not surprising, the survey findings indicate a more protracted situation with critical indicators of well-being pointing towards a further deterioration for Belize compared to the region. Increase in food prices, prevailing high rates of unemployment now at 63%, income reductions and losses, as well as continued movement restrictions, all speak to increasing poverty rates and inequalities. To this mix of challenges is the ever-present existential crisis facing our region resulting from climate change. Only last week at COP26, Prime Minister Briceño laid out Belize's contribution towards cutting carbon emissions and made a plea for greater solidarity and action in support of that. Like most countries making up the alliance of small island states, we contribute least to the crisis, yet are the most exposed and vulnerable to the extreme and destructive force of climate crisis. In our view, these are the critical challenges requiring urgent redress in order to progress with post-pandemic socioeconomic recovery. The road ahead is a long one. We are more convinced that only together we can build back better and leave no one behind. I thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Vice Minister Malemay, for your words. Continuamos con las palabras de Su Excelencia María Carmelina Londoño, Viceministra de Asuntos Multilaterales de Colombia. Viceministra, tiene la palabra.
Vice Minister of Nicaragua, you have the floor. Of Colombia, I beg your pardon, the interpreter regrets. And we cannot hear the Vice Minister. I'm terribly sorry. We cannot hear you, Vice Minister, I'm afraid. The technical support is noting. Perhaps you could refresh your browser. We've got it now. Thank you so very much. Your Excellencies, and Pedro Brolo, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Guatemala and chair of this 51st General Assembly of the OAS, Mr. Almagro, Mr. Mendez, ladies and gentlemen, Colombia enormously values the support that all of the permanent observers have lent to the various mechanisms of the OAS, which have allowed us in Colombia to move forward to fulfilling our national goals. That's why for our President Ivan Duque, multilateralism and hemispheric assistance in particular are essential to strengthening the state of the rule of law, the peace, and the development of our country. We thank you for the policy and financial support that the observer countries has lent to the work that the MAP OEA, the Mission of Active Support for Colombia, has lent to the process of peace and legality. And there, we're particularly grateful for Germany, who's offered 3 million euros to strengthen the MAP OEA efforts. This certainly is a vote of confidence, I dare say, not just for the OAS, but also for Colombia, what the country is doing, particularly to gird up the territories, the part of our countries most affected by violence. And thank you for the other observer countries such as Spain, the Netherlands, United Kingdom, Switzerland, Sweden, and others who have given so much through the Canasta Fund. Thanks to their observer countries, the work of MAP OEA has continued to build up the work of the state and shore up the institutionality of our dialogues with the areas, peoples that are particularly prone to conflict. This then is a strategic sort of assistance, and the implementation of recommendations in our decision-making and our holistic view of the problems that need to be tackled in our country all flow in a more orderly and certainly in a more flexible and useful manner as a result of your help. This is what we have done over time through your technical assistance and your actual on-the-ground presence. Let me mention to that end that just last October, we signed a new protocol for another 3 years of the mandate through which the government of Colombia has received the MAP-OAS support for implementation of the final agreement. Thank you to your support, your constant belief in us, and through that, this has become an absolutely key component of the building of peace in Colombia, ladies and gentlemen, and Mr. President, permanent observers. What we need to do now is to absolutely gird our democracy, make it more effective. We've got to go back to the inalienable rights of peoples, to first principles that are the basis of order in the American hemisphere. This stands for peace, stability, and progress. Here in Colombia, as elsewhere in the hemisphere, we have to take very strong stock of what happens when democracy falls apart. We know it, we've been there, and we don't want it again. That is why we need to reach out to our sister Republic of Venezuela. We can do no less but to help in every way we can. And thank you to those friends and supporters who stand with us on behalf of Venezuela to ensure that democracy again takes root in that country and that citizenry in Venezuela can, in fact, enjoy their rights. We need to look at the vast migratory flows from Venezuela from a holistic support, from a regional support. No one can go it alone. And with the strengthening of democracy and co-responsibility in this regard, we're quite confident that we will march resolutely towards a renewed America because, as we say we believe, we are working towards renewal in the Americas, and so be it. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Minister and dear friend, Maria Carmelina Londoño, for those stirring words. And let me now greet His Excellency Alessandro Venegas, the Secretary of Foreign Affairs of Honduras. My dear friend Lisandro, you have the floor. Thank you so much, Minister of Foreign Minister of Guatemala, Pedro Rolo, Secretary General, Assistant to Secretary General, distinguished permanent observers, heads of delegation. On behalf of the Honduran government, let me reach out in great warmth and gratitude for the ongoing support you offer Honduras through the OAS, particularly in these very hard times that we have all gone through and are continuing to go through in the pandemic, particularly last year and still today. Now more than ever, we must tighten the links that bind us and be grateful for and make the best use of the assistance that our strategic partners in the OAS may offer. We have been particularly fortunate to benefit from programs and projects that member states and permanent observers have made possible, the exchange of best practices, which are often key and no less so today in the post-pandemic, we hope post-pandemic world. The governments of Spain, Italy, France, Switzerland, the European Union, and others have been very generous in contributing to the COVAX distribution of vaccines or have done so bilaterally. The very difficult situation that the twin hurricanes Zeta and Iota that hit us one after the other laid us low, and you made the difference. The next electoral mission will be head up by Luis Guillermo Solís in the 28th of November elections here in Honduras, so thanks in advance for that. The MIRPs that integral map for solutions and regional solutions also offers much hope, and we must tighten our friendship and ensure that we can continue to act as very trustworthy partners. If that were not the case, we would be in a difficult place to somehow break the ongoing decline and ongoing threats to the rule of law and democracy and security in the entire hemisphere. All of us get it. Our democratic stability, our economic progress, our stability from the standpoint of climate. These are all very, very vulnerable areas. And if it's not for solidarity, exchange, and our common strength, we would be hard put to help our countries and our own peoples, which is, of course, our number one mission. All of this is essential, certainly also for the post-COVID recovery. So let me yet again avail myself of this opportunity to thank each one of the observer countries. Thank you for your generosity and for your presence. And a warm greeting from the House of the Americas. Thank you. Thank you, Minister Lisandro, for your words.
Foreign Affairs of Jamaica. Honorable Leslie Campbell, you have the floor.
Jamaica, we can hear you and we can see you.
Oh, very well. Thanks very much for that indulgence. President of the General Assembly, the Honorable Pedro Brolio Villa, distinguished ministers of foreign affairs and heads of delegation, Secretary General, Your Excellency Luis Almagro, Assistant Secretary General, Your Excellency Nestor Mendez, Chair of the Permanent Council, Your Excellency Jose Fiallo, Ambassadors, Permanent Representatives to the Organization of American States, other distinguished guests. Morning, afternoon, as the case may be. On behalf of the government of Jamaica, I convey sincere appreciation for the strategic role played by the permanent observers in strengthening the work of the organization over the years. We acknowledge and recognize in this regard the invaluable contribution made to the socioeconomic development of member states and to the defense of democracy and human rights. Significant gains have been made especially through the capacity building and the sharing of best practices, along with other technical and financial assistance for which we're truly appreciative. We also recognize the important support provided by several permanent observers in advocating on behalf of the region on issues such as vaccine access, development financing, debt sustainability, and climate change, particularly in the post-pandemic recovery. This annual dialogue has been very constructive and beneficial, as it has served over the years to enhance partnerships and develop new strategies to respond to the various challenges facing the region. As we meet today, similar to last year, we continue to grapple with the realities of COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on all sectors of our societies. This, coupled with other pre-existing challenges, such as the impact of climate change, natural disasters and the environment, food security, financing for development, security threats, and other socioeconomic challenges, such as fragile economies and health systems, and other peculiar vulnerabilities of small island developing states, have underscored the need for even stronger alliances and partnerships aimed at finding viable solutions to this plethora of challenges. I am heartened by the exchange this morning and the strong level of commitment and support demonstrated by our partners, particularly during this critical period. As we look ahead to ways to further strengthen and enhance this strategic partnership, Jamaica concurs with the view that there is need for further realignment of priorities as we seek to rebuild our region with renewed strength, equitability, and inclusive management. Our renewed strategic approach, therefore, must enable and strengthen resilience and sustainable economic recovery, particularly in critical vulnerable sectors such as education, tourism, the environment, small and medium-sized enterprises, security, disaster management, energy, and health. They must also take into account innovation and technology, the blue, the green, and orange economies. And there needs to be further discussion on how to address the long-standing issue of financing for development to assist in alleviating the economic challenges facing especially our small economies. We look forward in this regard to the further strengthening of this important partnership in the months and years ahead. We welcome the admission of the 2 new permanent observers to the organization, that's Australia and Uzbekistan. Oh, I'm so sorry. I close by reiterating Jamaica's continued commitment to a robust engagement with permanent observers as we endeavor to build stronger partnerships for the betterment of all our peoples. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Leslie Campbell, for your words. Invito ahora al comisionado presidencial para las relaciones.
Let me now invite Julio Borges of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and a candidate to the position of president to take the floor. A very good morning to you all, and greetings to you, Minister Brolo, dear friend, and dear Luis Almagro, a good friend of Venezuela, certainly, our Secretary General, who's done so much for democracy in the continent, and to you also, esteemed Assistant Secretary General, and all of you ministers. Let me, on behalf of the people of Venezuela, take this opportunity to thank you and to share with you and the donors, observer countries who have done so much, who have remained stalwart in your support to us and to the OAS so that the institution may fulfill its mission. Through you, you are helping the citizens of Venezuela, and particularly in the case of the Netherlands, which graces us with its presence in the Proceso de Mexico, the process of Mexico, and numbers of others who are working to assist us in the with technical support for the very controversial elections that are coming up in Venezuela. Because, as you know, we want to get real. We want elections that are called elections to be real and to operate as such. And so the countries of Europe that are supporting us from a technical standpoint are really playing a very precious role so that we might somehow mop up the electoral mess in Venezuela and move forward and ensure that elections in Venezuela are worthy of the name and that are transparent, that are free and fair. The delegate for Nicaragua said, we're Nicaraguas, and these are free elections. Yes, you bet it. Free of rules, free of international observers, free of anything that makes sense. Very free. What we want is comprehensive democracy based on social justice and commonly held values. And that is why we have spent in all of the Americas more than 5 decades in the OAS working for these principles. My country, which you know, is embattled not just from ideological standpoint, but really struggling with an enormously difficult human tragedy. We're talking about migration. I could quote figures such as the Brookings Institute, the Office of Migrations at the OAS itself, that we deeply appreciate Secretary General created, that give us an idea of the migratory problem of Venezuela, which really stands for one of the greatest tragedies of this hemisphere. We know that in the case of Syria, for instance, Syria, which also is tragic, has received some $120 million. We've had a very few. This is not only in the case of Syria. I could quote the case of Sudan, where a third of the which stands for a third of the Venezuelan tragedy, has received many, many times the support we have received. And so please know how very, very much we desperately need your help to assist the Venezuelan migrants. But let's be very clear. There is an intractable social problem here, not just an ideological problem. That's not it. It's a problem of ideology. Until we in this region do not take up stronger and more effective instruments through the member states of this organization and other multilateral organizations, such that a great deal more pressure can be brought to bear on the anti-democratic forces that are free in our country, the situation can only grow worse, particularly in the context of a pandemic, and not least in the ongoing destruction of the economy as a result of ongoing drug trade and the unsustainable debt that has been mentioned earlier. And so yet again, first and last, I extend my deepest gratitude to the Secretary General of the OAS, Luis Almagro, and to all of you that have opened up your arms to my Venezuelan brothers and sisters and who have helped everybody who will be willing to hear to grasp the extent of the tragedy that we are living from. But please understand, until the actual root of what is going on in Venezuela is not identified and tackled, the human and social conditions can only grow worse. This is a challenge, my friends, that cannot be ours alone. It is a challenge, believe me, that each of you need to take up, because otherwise this virus that Nicolás Maduro injected into the inter-American system will travel, as viruses do, and they will attack you too, in your freedom and in your people. So please help us stem it in Venezuela as we move forward. Thank you very much, dear friend Jorge Luis Borges. We now turn, ladies and gentlemen, to the next group of our permanent observers. Please let me kindly remind you that you have 4 minutes per delegation. And now, with great pleasure, I give the floor to Her Excellency Wendy Morton, Parliamentary Undersecretary of State, Minister of European Neighborhood and the Americas. Minister Morton, the floor is yours.
Minister, Ms. Morton, please request the floor through the blue button. Excellent. Now I see.
Full support as a permanent observer. The UK is a determined champion of freedom and the values of democracy and equality, and we will continue to support the OAS and its members to those ends. We share the deep concerns of our OAS partners over the deterioration of political and human rights in Nicaragua and the regime's systematic subversion of democratic processes. This year's international cooperation has been dominated by the 2 C's, COVID and climate change. And the UK government is grateful for the cooperation we have enjoyed with countries across the Americas as the international community has sought to fight back against both threats. I'm acutely aware how hard your region has been hit by COVID and of the seriousness of the economic fallout. That is why we continue to make the case for rapid and equitable distribution of vaccines. UK support to COVAX has been critical to the distribution of over 9 million doses to 9 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean through the AMC mechanism, and a further 24 million doses to 18 countries in the region through the self-financing scheme. We have also made direct donations to partners in need, including around 500,000 doses to ODA-eligible Commonwealth Caribbean countries. As we meet, COP26 in Glasgow is reaching the final stages of negotiations to move us towards a future of net zero carbon emissions. Last week, over 20 OAS member states were among more than 100 who signed up to the Glasgow Declaration on Forests and Land Use, committing to work collectively to halt and reverse forest loss and land degradation by 2030. The UK intends to invest up to £300 million in the Amazon region to halt and reverse deforestation, to protect nature and to deliver green growth. And we pride ourselves on being an ally of small island developing states. At COP26, we announced £40 million for the Small Island Developing State Capacity and Resilience Programme, which will support small island states to access funding and technical solutions at scale, and a further £7 million for support to resilient infrastructure. We also continue to be a major contributor of disaster relief for the region. My sympathies remain with the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines following the volcanic eruption in April, and with the people of Haiti following the earthquake in August, and the worrying decline in security there. The UK supported both relief efforts and has worked to ensure more sustainable solutions, such as helping to establish the Caribbean Catastrophic Risk Insurance Facility, an insurance mechanism which pays out to Caribbean governments when they are impacted by a significant disaster. The United Kingdom looks forward to continuing our collaboration with the OAS, its member states, and all those represented here today, as we work together for a more resilient, sustainable, and equitable post-pandemic future. Thank you.
Agradezco su intervención.
Thank you, Madam Minister Morton, for your statement. I now would like to invite Germany, Marian Schugraf, Director for Latin America and the Caribbean at the Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Germany. Director Schugraf, you have the floor.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman, Secretary General, Excellencies and heads of delegations, distinguished guests. It's both an honor and a privilege for Germany to attend the General Assembly of the OAS as a permanent observer and partner since 1972. We consider the OAS one of the most relevant regional organizations worldwide, with a strong commitment and success record of strengthening democracy, human rights, integral development, peace, justice, and security. We are glad to actively support these efforts, both politically and financially, as they match two priorities of German foreign policy: the strengthening of multilateralism and a renewed focus on the region of the Americas. In addition to the traditionally privileged relations with the United States and Canada, the German Foreign Office launched in 2019 the so-called Latin America and Caribbean Initiative. It builds on the values and interests we are sharing and strengthens our cooperation in the fields of civil society, business, science, climate, policy, gender, and the rule of law through very concrete projects. Moreover, not only since Germany's presidency of the Council of the European Union in the second half of 2020, we have been supporting the EU in its strategic partnership towards the region. We are worried by the growing instability and political polarization that can be witnessed currently in the region. also as a consequence of the impact of COVID-19, of the pandemic. As an immediate response to the pandemic, we have been sending rapid response teams of medical experts to 11 countries in the region, offering cooperation in the fields of infection prevention, testing, and training. These missions are being flanked by activities that we call dialogue on the pandemic, fostering the evidence-based exchange among leading scientists and public health agencies. Going one step further, Germany has proposed the establishment of a transnational research center on infectious diseases for the LAC region in cooperation with the EU. And we are stepping up our efforts in providing countries in the region with vaccines wherever they are needed most. During the pandemic, the pressure on the democratic institutions has grown, and in some countries, peace, security, and the protection of human rights are now even more under threat. Over the last years, we have sponsored a series of OAS electoral observatory missions to ensure fair and transparent elections in 5 Latin American countries. We have assisted the mission to support the fight against corruption and impunity in Honduras, and the special monitoring mechanism for Nicaragua, led by the Inter-American Commission for Human Rights. Just this week, we could secure an additional €3 million contribution to the OAS mission to support the peace process in Colombia, a mission that we have been promoting financially and by sending seconded experts for 5 years now. We are extremely concerned by the questionable elections in Nicaragua last Sunday, a further step away from democracy that did not meet the minimum standards of free, fair, and democratic elections. We demand the release of political prisoners. Also, a solution to the crisis in Venezuela can only be reached through Venezuelan-led negotiations. We therefore explicitly support the currently suspended process between the two sides in Mexico. When we speak about human rights, we also speak about women's rights. UNIDAS, the women's network between Latin America, the Caribbean, and Germany, under the auspices of the German Foreign Minister, is highly committed to a more equitable, coherent, and secure society in line with the UN Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security. Furthermore, we are well aware of the economic repercussions that this pandemic has in the region. Therefore, Germany has increased its commitment with the IMF, the World Bank, the IDB, the CAF, the Latin American Development Bank, and the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, the CABE, allowing for additional flexible credits needed for the post-pandemic recovery. This is also why we are encouraging to work on sustainable and inclusive debt and investment approaches, as well as on a timely conclusion of trade agreements between the EU and Latin America. Germany understands the importance of climate protection in the LAC region, which is necessary to reduce natural disasters, security risks, and an extensive migratory impact. This is why we support a variety of OAS programs that concentrate on renewable energy and efficiency, biodiversity, climate, and circular economy, as well as forest protection. We all hope that the worst of the COVID-19 pandemic is now behind us. However, in overcoming its consequences, we should heed to the motto of this year's General Assembly, implicating a renewal of our societies. We should be ambitious in striving for a greener, more sustainable, and more socially inclusive economy. During and after a great crisis, even more cooperation and concerted action on a transnational level is needed. In that sense, we are looking forward to our continued and fruitful cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Schugler, for your words. I now would like to invite Her Excellency Karen Olofsdotter, Ambassador of Sweden to the United States of America. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, you have to activate your mic and camera.
Yes. Now, there you are. Sorry about that. Good morning, everyone. I'm so grateful and to address this distinguished audience today and your dialogue with the permanent observers. Sweden will continue, of course, and be a committed partner and friend to the OAS. So the theme of this year's General Assembly towards renewal of the Americas is very timely. After the pandemic that has hit so many areas of the world, and maybe yours in particular, we need to find new ideas and methods for building back better together. It's also timely in the sense that this meeting takes place as the COP26 is concluding this year. And this is particularly important maybe in your region that has seen the devastating effects of climate change in real time. But there's also much opportunity here. With more than 60% of the world's biodiversity and 30% of the globe's fresh water supply, your region has a very important role to play, of course. In 2021, Sweden adopted a new strategy for development cooperation with Latin America. And the strategy follows the outlines in the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, and the Paris Climate Agreement. So over the next 5 years, the strategy will operate through 3 major themes. The first one is targeting human rights, democracy, the rule of law, and gender equality. The second one is dedicated towards the environment, climate, and the resilient use of natural resources. And finally, the third theme will address migration and development. And the regional strategy has been assigned approximately $116 million in funding. In addition, we have also adopted bilateral strategies for development cooperation with Bolivia, Colombia, Cuba, and Guatemala. And the strategies span between the years 2021 to 2025. We, of course, also work very closely together with fellow member states within the European Union. And as you know, the EU's High Representative Josep Borrell recently visited Peru and Brazil, and we have followed those visits closely. We also welcome the recent EU OAS high-level dialogue that took place in October. And we share the concerns addressed in this dialogue with regards to democracy and also the access to free and fair elections. We also stand firmly behind the EU statement on the recent elections in Nicaragua. The situation in Venezuela continues to be worrying, of course, and it's important that the international community continues to call on all parties to improve the operating environment, facilitate humanitarian access, and respect for human rights. We are closely following the preparations for the upcoming local and regional elections in Venezuela on November 21, and we welcome the election observation mission carried out by the EU. So finally, as I have described in my statement, Sweden values our partnership with the OAS and its respective members. There are many challenges to address in the world, but with good collaboration between partners, as we have in these organizations, great things can be achieved as well. So thank you so much and good luck with the continuation of your meeting.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Your Excellency Ambassador Olofsdotter. And I would also like to thank all who speak to be kind enough to stick to the 4 minutes so that we can give everyone an opportunity to speak. Now, We will continue with the statement of His Excellency Yoon Ju Ko, Permanent Observer of Korea to the OAS. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Hello, Excellencies and distinguished representatives. It is a great honor and pleasure to participate at the 51st General Assembly of the Organization of American States. And I would also like to join expressing my sincere gratitude to the government of the Republic of Guatemala, the host country, and the General Secretariat of the OAS for organizing this important meeting. Among the many challenges that we, the international community, is facing, the COVID-19 pandemic and the climate crisis have called for stronger solidarity and cooperation among us. At the same time, the crises are acting as a driving force of transition to a more sustainable and resilient economy. This year's topic for this meeting, for renewed America, cannot be a timelier in that sense. Even during the difficult times of the pandemic, the Republic of Korea has strengthened the momentum of cooperation with the Americas through in-person and virtual high-level exchanges. The ROK-CICA virtual summit meeting was held in June for the first time in 11 years. And most recently, the ROK Central American Special Roundtable meeting was held in Seoul last month. Throughout these meetings, Korea not only reaffirmed its commitment to make valuable contributions to the global response to the COVID-19 and the climate crisis, but also we agreed to strengthen a comprehensive partnership with the American region for post-COVID-19 recovery. Areas of cooperation include trade and investment, information and communication technologies, infrastructure, agriculture, and people-to-people exchanges. Especially in the era of fourth industrial revolution and with Korea's competitive edge in ICT and its own policy of digital New Deal, we are very much looking forward to contributing to the region's digital transition. It is Korea's strong will to deliver on our commitment to the COVID-19 response and climate crisis. We have pledged $200 million to COVAX AMC, and we will strive for equitable and expeditious supply of COVID-19 vaccines to all countries, including the American region. Korea will continue to work with American states in order to combat climate change. We recognize that the region is one of the most vulnerable parts of the world, affected by natural disasters like hurricanes. Korea will continue to galvanize global commitment into climate action, as we did as the host of People's Seoul Summit meeting in May, and also we scale up its climate ODA, and also set up a Green New Deal Trust Fund. Korea firmly believes that our diplomacy towards the region is aligned with the core values of OAS, such as democracy, human rights, security, and development. This is why the Korean government decided to contribute $180,000 to the ROK OAS Cooperation Fund for various projects, including on the migration and refugee crisis in Venezuela, OAS electoral observations, and reducing sources of polarization and conflict in Latin America and Caribbean region. This year marks the 30th anniversary of the ROK becoming a permanent observer of the OAS, and next year will mark the 60th anniversary of diplomatic relations between the ROK and 15 states in Latin America. As Korea renews another chapter in our partnership with the OAS and the region, we'd like to reiterate our will and commitment to be a reliable partner in the renewal of America. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Permanent Observer Ko. To bring a close to this group of interventions, I would like now to invite His Excellency Javier Niño Pérez, Assistant Director to the Americas of the Foreign Affairs European Department of the European Union. Can you hear me? Yes, we do. As I was saying, it is for the European Union, which groups the member states that have participated in this dialogue. The European Union is and will continue to be a strong defender of the OAS from the political as well as financial perspective, because we share values with you, we share principles and fundamental objectives. The European Union and Europe as a whole considers the Americas as a partner continent, a friend with whom we share more values or principles than any other region in the world. And of course, at the moment, we feel that we have to demonstrate this commitment, this solidarity to our continent, to your continent, under a very difficult context. As a result of the COVID epidemic, the European Union, again, with the support of its member states, has offered significant support to the entire post-COVID recovery process. We have the biggest contributor to the COVAX mechanism, and through our vaccination program, we will allow more than 3 billion euros to continue to help bring about prosperity and stability in the region. That's on the operational side. But what we also would like to demonstrate is our political commitment to the region, to the OAS, and to all countries in this continent. And for that purpose, we have initiated, for instance, the visit of the high-level representative to Peru and Brazil recently. And at the next summit of leaders that we will be organizing on the 2nd of December, which will include the European Union institutions as well as the presidents of the countries that represent the pro-tem presidencies of the regional organizations in Latin America and the Caribbean. As I said, this is a strong signal that we have commitment to this community and to your values. Our financial commitment, as well as our political commitment, is also aligned with the objectives of the OAS and the objectives of each country in the region. That is to move us towards digital development, green societies committed to the environment, inclusive societies that deal with difficult issues such as inequality, insecurity, migration. And again, all of this with courage and determination, because of course we're living through very difficult and complex times, both at the international as well as regional level. Our commitment is none other, in speaking to the OAS, to democracy, multilateralism, and the fundamental values of human rights, to respect minorities in all countries. And of course, I cannot, however, not indicate our concern with the events that have taken place in Nicaragua. As has already been mentioned, we have published a communique which clearly and openly explains the position of the European Union in this country. And of course, we extend our full support to the conversations taking place in Mexico that try to seek a solution to the Venezuelan crisis. The European Union will provide its full political weight to ensure that these negotiations are successful. That's the main message, Mr. Minister, Mr. Secretary General, dear Luis. Total commitment on the part of Europe to the region and to the OAS, and to work together towards a recovery and a digital improvement and green society, where we need to move together to achieve this. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Niño, for your words. Excellencies and observers, I would like to thank all of you for your interventions and expressions of support for the OAS agenda and for Latin America and the Caribbean. I now open the floor to member states. Please remember to limit your interventions to 4 minutes. I now call on the representative of the U.S. government, Christina Ruff.
Thank you very much for Minister Barolo. It is an honor to be here with you today. I'd also like to thank the Secretary General for his ongoing commitment to uplifting the voices of the OAS permanent observers, whose contributions and input are more vital than ever as the region continues to face pressing challenges associated with the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, threats to democracy and security, and continuing poverty. Specifically, I would like to recognize the invaluable contributions of OAS permanent observers in supporting electoral observation missions, which have helped to strengthen democracy throughout the region. The OAS and its member states should be proud of the excellent work carried out by the OAS Department of Electoral Cooperation and Observation. We call on all OAS member states to do the OAS operations and cooperation efforts. We recognize there are other areas where permanent observers can make critical contributions. Your generosity is vital to advancing OAS efforts to strengthen democracy, advance human rights, promote access to justice, ensure security, and foster integral development. The United States looks forward to collaborating with permanent observers to support effective OAS programming that strengthens the resilience of member states. This includes addressing cross-cutting security challenges, recovering from the pandemic, and building resilience to natural disasters. Lastly, we recognize the OAS's efforts to provide effective oversight and strengthen reporting mechanisms for voluntary donor support. This includes more regular donor coordination meetings to communicate results to member states and international donor partners. We again thank the permanent observers for their valuable contributions, and we look forward to our ongoing collaboration in achieving our shared goals for the hemisphere. Thank you very
much. Thank you very much for your words. Cedo la palabra al representante de...
The representative of Ecuador has the floor. Thank you very much. Distinguished Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Guatemala and head of this conference, distinguished heads of delegation, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, permanent observers, ladies and gentlemen, friends all. We are here to discuss our march towards renewal in the Americas and the innumerable challenges that we face in this post-pandemic era, in the health sector in particular, but not less in the economic sector. And the Republic of Ecuador very much appreciates the decided and resolute support of the numerous permanent observers that have helped us defend the lives of our citizens, optimize our medical teams and infrastructure, and to do the best we could, even in adverse circumstances, which is what we have been doing in Ecuador, in close cooperation with the donors to ensure that we may generate jobs and better assist those in particular vulnerability who are, alas, historically forgotten. We also want to prevent, sanctions, and eradicate, of course, violence against women. It's equally important to point out that our regional efforts are very closely aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals of the 2030 Agenda, hence the importance of multilateralism as one of the most effective ways we can all move forward in assisting Venezuela and in other areas. We very much applaud the efforts that have been made to assist us all. 9.6 million people were vaccinated in the first days of our President Guillermo Lazo's taking office. Citizens have applauded this. We will continue to vaccinate more and more people, and we hope very much that the observers will stand with us in renewed efforts to offer the vaccine without discrimination. We know that the devastating effects of this pandemic obliges us to think things through again, to get it straight, to get rid of corruption, to be sure that access to education, health, and jobs, particularly for people who live in remote areas and are otherwise disadvantaged, may not be forgotten. We need then to remember the macroeconomic indicator, the PNB, gross domestic product, I should say. But we need also, of course, to be in a better position to respond to the periodic financial crises, the sudden collapse of our commodity prices, and various other disasters continually put us in an ongoing catch-up mode. It seems we're forever trying to get out of the last vicious circle, and here we are again. So we want very much to increase our trade preferences, which is what the Secretary General was talking about in his introduction, and to look at middle-income countries and see how best we can do better to smooth the access to funds and to inclusive growth by these middle-income countries, and increasing resilience and competitiveness, of course. Protection of the environment, it goes without saying, is essential. Our representative at COP26 in Glasgow said as much, Guillermo Lazo. This is a unique opportunity to work together towards a true climatic and universal justice. We are amongst the first economy. We think we are low in emissions, and we believe we are an example to follow. We have a 60,000 square kilometer marine reserve in the Galapagos Islands, the very famous Galapagos Islands, which belong to Ecuador, and which serve to conserve species and to use cash and debt exchanges for conservation. Great research going on there too. We look very much to the question of migrants and shared responsibility. The Ecuadorian state is one that stands for solidarity, inclusion, and respect for the human rights not only of our own citizens, but of foreigners who are in our midst. The pillars of the OAS guide us. A dialogue that is frank and constructive among the countries is what we believe offers the best way forward to strengthen cooperation, to share our own experiences, so that through your help, distinguished permanent observers, we can do better and face the challenges that we are having to deal with through the economy, health, and the environment in this particular post-COVID mode. Thank you very much, Ambassador Carlos Játiva, says the chair. I now am pleased to give the floor to the Permanent Representative Peru, Mr. Carlos Forsyth. Thank you, says Mr. Harold Forsyth. Greetings to you all, to you, Chair, to the Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, and all of you who are joining us today, and very specially a warm greetings and a grateful greeting to the permanent observers that grace us with your presence. We have many, many reasons to say thank you formally for the ongoing cooperation that you offer us and your unstinting support and interest. We are doing our very, very best to maintain that dialogue in as fluid a way as possible. But beyond that, many of the permanent observers have particularly been involved at a daily level in the life of our organization. I'm talking about the permanent observers of the Holy See, of Italy, of France, and of Spain, who are, I want to say, permanent observers and permanent in more ways than one. So let me, in thanking them, also express my thanks, of course, to others who do a very great deal, but whom I urge to visit us a little bit more regularly, to come join us on as daily or as regular basis as possible, so that you can really make a difference in allowing us to make our 4 pillars ever stronger. COVID-19, it goes without saying, has changed our priorities. How could it be otherwise? And when we look for the challenges that are before us as we march towards renewal in the Americas, you, Mr. Chairman, well understood that this is an opportunity to center all of our action on people. And frankly, it comes back to what the Secretary General has said and really has turned into the motto of this organization: more rights, for whom? For more people. So let me close yet again, as I started, with my very warm and very sincere thanks, truly, to each of the permanent observers. Your cooperation with us is not only important, but we invite you to come and join us more regularly at every meeting of our permanent council. Anytime you wish to come, you can come. You will be very welcome. And let me heartily greet Australia and Uzbekistan, who are joining us now. Welcome aboard. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Forsyth of Peru. Let me now turn to the permanent observer, the alternate permanent observer, I should say, of Paraguay. Mr. Raul Martinez, permanent member. Paraguay is delighted to be part of this dialogue with the permanent observers, with Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, at this important moment of the 51st General Assembly of the OAS. And we are delighted with the choice of focus that Guatemala chose for renewal in the Americas. And greetings to you, Mr. Brolo. This dialogue with the permanent observers is one that is rooted in peace, democracy, and increased prosperity for our peoples. We're very grateful to those who have been so generous in our struggle against COVID-19. It has been quite an uphill battle. While there is indubitably a great deal of unfairness in the distribution of the vaccines, that isn't all that we're facing, and many of you have been with Paraguay in our darkest moments. The support mechanisms to democracy in the Americas is a good example. And in that regard, the electoral observation missions that the permanent observers have so generously supported when they send their people to help us keep an eye on how our elections take place. We can only hope we will be able to look forward to many, many years ahead of support with our permanent observers on behalf of the rule of law and the respect for human rights throughout the hemisphere. Many thanks. Thank you. Thank you, alternate permanent representative Raul Martinez of Paraguay. And let me now give the floor to Ambassador Luz Elena Rivas Martinez of Mexico, the ambassador for Mexico, Luz Elena Baños Rivas Martinez. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and distinguished heads of delegation. Mexico recognizes the importance of dialogue among and between the member states and the permanent observers. Thank you for your very, very generous support, which has been so useful to us in meeting our goals. Welcome to Australia and to Uzbekistan as our newest observers. Mexico stands firm in our efforts to buttress multilateralism for the sake of peace. And in the health crisis we have all been struggling with, those efforts have been ever more evident. Here we are particularly grateful to the observer countries that have made the difference in helping us face these difficult challenges, especially in our more vulnerable countries. The pandemic, quite bluntly, has reminded us that if we want to meet in an effective way and in a timely way, in an emergency, all of the needs that our peoples face, we must do better in reducing the economic disparities in our midst and to work against the worst effects of climate change and boost resilience so that action that will make a difference and that will go to the structural causes of forced migration may also be considered. This goes to our future, and this delegation feels that we must, to that end, do better in looking at the cooperation agenda and celebrate how strong it has been between the OAS and the permanent observers. We look forward to more years that will allow us to increase the well-being of the citizens in our midst so that multilateralism can really make a difference and will catalyze our sense of shared responsibility in the framing of our public policies. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ambassador Luz Elena Baños Rivas of Mexico. I'm pleased now to give the floor to the permanent representative of Bolivia, Ambassador Héctor Arce Saconeta. Thank you. Let me greet you first, Mr. Chairman, and congratulate you on your leadership of this critical 51st General Assembly of the Organization of American States. Let me equally greet the chancellors, the ministers that are with us, not only of the permanent representatives, but most especially in this moment of the permanent observers. The permanent observers who do so much for us, who are so active, who help us focus on the problems that we are tackling in a resolute and in a clear-sighted manner. COVID has been quite a wake-up call, and we recognize now how the impact on not only health but education, economy, and so many other areas must be looked at within the context of the global agenda of the 2030 development that we are working towards. Countries that have centralized economies and those at the periphery, countries of the first world and of the third world, are all facing questions that flow from the inequitable distribution of the vaccines, where obviously the gap between and among our societies has grown worse. We cannot let capitalism alone control every single aspect of our lives and of our thinking and of our health. Access to the vaccine should be on an egalitarian basis, and that should be so for every country in this hemisphere. I think the Organization of American States should focus on that as the number one goal at this moment. We would wish the pharmaceutical countries either to free up their patents or allow the technology to be shared, whatever it takes, to let people from the South, Central, and North America to have access to vaccines on an equal footing. It is unthinkable, truly unfair, that some of the members of this organization haven't even reached a vaccination rate of 20% in their countries. It's unthinkable. The United Nations, along with governments, must work actively to do better in tackling this enormous scourge that has befallen humanity. Let's call it what it is. This is a call, a clarion call for solidarity. And that should be, we believe, in Bolivia, paramount for this organization, quite aside from any partial and biased set of interests. Bolivia then puts its cards on the table in this regard. We are unwaverably in favor of human rights, but we also believe that the fundamental principle of non-interference in the domestic affairs of our countries, which is enshrined in the 1948 Charter of the OAS, which is the only binding instrument of this organization, let me remind us, that too must be remembered. And that's why, let me recall that our esteemed observers, particularly those of the European Union, need to understand that we need to avoid the kind of situation that arose in Bolivia in 2019. Been there, done that. And so we call for a constructive attitude, a renewal, in a way, of how we operate together in these first days of this General Assembly. We're delighted to be here, and again, sir, we thank you for your support and leadership. Thank you very much, Ambassador Hector Arce Saconeta, and I'm now pleased to give the floor to Ambassador Leon Charles, the permanent representative for Haiti. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my delegation is delighted to be in this important meeting with the permanent observers. We are very grateful for the opportunity to speak at this exceptionally important meeting, because the dialogue, we believe, offers us an opportunity to deepen the ties that we have and that we celebrate with our permanent observer community. We're particularly grateful for the permanent observer support for the sub-region of the Caribbean in which Haiti finds itself, has done so much for the well-being of our population. The Republic of Haiti reiterates its thanks and its delight in the cooperation with the observer countries. We understand how critical it is to our region and indeed to ourselves in Haiti. Together with the permanent observers chair, we can, we believe, do better and more effectively to tackle most of the hardest problems of the region. But we would point out to your attention the extremely difficult situation that Haiti finds itself in. Haiti today, and frankly, as of a few months ago, is living, shall I put it this way, extremely complex security problems. We have deployed everything we possibly could deploy to make our national police more operational, and we have tried to buttress the national police over many, many months in order to offer greater levels of security to our citizens. However, alas, the national police cannot shoulder all of the weight of this tremendous challenge to security, which is not only coming from one factor or one quarter, but quite frankly, from every quarter. And therefore, the declaration that a number of the members of this organization have come forward, where the focus is made on the following points, warrants mention here. Multilateral efforts to try to help Haiti resolve its own problems. the steps taken in the wake of the assassination of our president, Jovenel Moïse, support for the general elections, etc. In that regard, Chair, we would be very grateful for more support from the permanent observers in each one of those levels. We are grateful for your support to help us build democracy and re-strengthen our security. Thank you. Let me offer the floor to the permanent alternate representative, Mr. Aurinar de Barros of Brazil. Aurimar Jacobino de Barros, the Brazilian delegation, has the floor. Ambassador, you have the floor, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations, sir, for your leadership at the head of this important 51st General Assembly, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, members of the Permanent Council, distinguished permanent observers, friends all, and good afternoon. This meeting gives us an opportunity to take stock of the mutual advantages that we have with our permanent observers. A frank and candid dialogue with them allows us to look at our priorities and the values of the OAS, such that we can better pinpoint points of convergence, mutual interest, and ongoing challenges. We believe that this organization is vastly supported by the permanent observers, and we're very grateful to the permanent observers under each of the 4 pillars of action of this organization. And by the way, welcome to Australia and Uzbekistan, who are the newest to join our group. Welcome. The political support that the permanent observers lend to this organization cannot be underestimated. 74 countries outside of the Americas believe that it is of their interest and useful to follow the work of the OAS. That tells you right there, does it not, that what we're doing matters. And it matters not only to us in the hemisphere, it matters internationally. Now, before COVID-19 hit us, the OAS had already understood its central raison d'etre, the importance that it could lend to the region, particularly in the support, promotion, and protection of human rights and electoral observation missions. But democracy has not been the poor relation either. This is a major focus of attention for the entire hemisphere, and this organization understands that. There are ongoing attacks by anti-democratic forces throughout the hemisphere. And so we're counting on you, dear friends, and the permanent observer ranks to keep helping us with your support and your clear vision. Many, many thanks for that. And let us, permanent representatives, continue working closely with you, the permanent observers, so that jointly and severally we can shore up democracy and ensure that our best propositions and our best ideologies are patent and concrete and real in the Americas. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. Permanent representative, alternate permanent representative of Brazil. Let me now give the floor to Hugh Adsett, the permanent representative of Canada.
This morning, and also to see the Assistant Secretary General and Secretary General as well, and also to have this chance to participate in a dialogue with permanent observers. Let me start by thanking the permanent observers for the significant contributions that each and every one of you has made to the work of the Organization of American States. Permanent observers play a very important role by creating bridges between the organization, our partners around the world, and other regional organizations as well. It's a real pleasure today also to get to welcome the two newest permanent observers, Australia and Uzbekistan. With the addition of these two new partners, we now have 74 permanent observers, each bringing unique perspectives and experiences to the organization. Chair, I'll continue in French.
Allow me to underscore the support that you have made as a permanent observer to the OAS and to member states since the beginning of the pandemic. Your contribution means that the COVAX mechanism and the response of the PAHO to the pandemic and the support extended by the OAS has been excellent. Our region has not yet resolved the issue. There's still a lot to be done to overcome the impact of the pandemic and begin our collective rebuilding. And thank you.
We must recognize the disproportionate impact that the pandemic has had on women and girls and on marginalized communities as well. Their voices must be heard. Their voices must be listened to, and their contributions will be critical as we rebuild. Canada believes that in order to create a sustainable future in the Americas, we must support democracy, promote and protect human rights, advance gender equality, and create safer, greener, and more inclusive societies. We know in this task that we have many strong partners amongst the permanent observers that participate so fully and importantly in our activities. We're grateful for the many opportunities we've had to work with permanent observers over the years at the OAS, and let me assure you all that our door will always be open to work with you in the months and years ahead. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I now would like to call on Ambassador Isa Cort, Permanent Representative of Chile. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, distinguished Foreign Minister Pedro Brolo of Guatemala, distinguished ministers and heads of delegation, Mr. Secretary General of the OAS, Luis Almagro, Mr. Assistant Secretary General, Nestor Mendez, distinguished permanent observers and permanent and guests. We are meeting to discuss a very timely issue towards a renewal of the Americas. Chile welcomes this theme, and we must realize that there are issues that we can resolve with realism, rationality, and urgency. In our hemisphere, we still have phenomena such as endemic poverty, inequality, and the unacceptable corruption and lower economic growth. And yet, it's also urgent to recognize that there are no lethal tumors that are growing quickly in this continent. That is, the gap between the authorities and the citizens, the weakening of institutions, the resurging populism, and the lack of agreement makes it more and more difficult to govern it. The increasing and impunity of drug trafficking and organized crime demonstrates that these are issues that we cannot ignore. Now, the social networks have also brought us closer during isolation and distancing, but if they're not correctly regulated, they can intoxicate the public as well as the private environment. Mr. Chairman, the crises of our democracies have been denounced by various governments, organizations, and international observers. This lack of democracy is having a humanitarian effect that we cannot ignore. The accentuated migration is unprecedented in the history of our hemisphere, and it has become an alarming exodus of families. We know that the decision to leave one's land is inspired by the search for opportunities and hope, and yet this decision has led to losing the lives of adults and youth and children. This crises affects us collectively, and thus we must be able to find solutions across the board. We must have safe, orderly, regulated migration to deal with the causes and consequences of the economic crisis and reduce the risks associated with migration. We think it's urgent and necessary for this organization to begin a reflexive and serious debate on the impact of the changes we are seeing worldwide. We have enthusiastically adopted the initiative to encourage philanthropism, also in the area of energy integration, the use of green fuel, and we hope to begin a debate on the legal international aspects caused by the rising sea level. In Chile, the disproportion in gender equity and empowerment of women is one of our priorities. That's why we believe that in order to have a renewed America, we need to focus more on including women in decision-making spaces so as to coordinate and include the gender perspective in trying to overcome and respond to our challenges. The COVID-19 pandemic is an open wound, and it still exists in our continent. We need to address this health crisis and join forces to come up with a binding instrument that will ensure that the mistakes of this pandemic are not repeated in the future. Chile, with the support of other countries in the region, has proposed a multilateral treaty at the World Health Organization, and we hope that our organization will help to push for seeking these types of agreements, keeping in mind the relevance and importance of working jointly together towards sustainable economic recovery that will take into account the specific nature of our countries. I would like to conclude, Mr. Chairman, by expressing our deepest acknowledgement for the 34 member states and observers to our organization. We welcome Australia and Uzbekistan, but we also would like to acknowledge that those who have permanent observers, such as Spain, France, Italy, and the Holy See, their presence is of great assistance to our hemisphere and to meet the challenges of our organization. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador and alternate representative of Chile, Mr. Isaac Court. And thank to all member states for your statements. I have a request for the floor from the delegation of Nicaragua. So before we conclude, I call on the delegation of Nicaragua. Mr. Minister, we have called on the delegation of Nicaragua, but for some reason they haven't asked, we don't see them as asking for the floor. Maybe it's a problem of low signal or low bandwidth. Once again, the delegation of Nicaragua, do you still wish to speak? Could you please express yourself in writing? We will wait a few more seconds to see if we can connect with Nicaragua. Mr. Chairman, this is the second time we've asked them. We'd like to ask the delegation of Nicaragua to please refresh their browser. And maybe with that, they could ask for the floor once again after they've refreshed their browser. Let's see if that works. In view of the time limitations, we would appreciate it if Nicaragua is still interested in speaking. If not, we can move on to conclusion. Obviously, we'll have a session where we can address all these details of this dialogue. Nicaragua, could you please let us know whether you wish to speak? Yes, they've asked for the floor. Nicaragua is on. We do have a connection now. Go ahead. Nicaragua, please. Distinguished Foreign Affairs ministers and heads of delegations of countries in the Americas, Mr. Secretary General and Assistant Secretary General, distinguished permanent observers. Nicaragua is a land of peace, solidarity, and freedom. Extends a greeting to the General Assembly of the OAS with the firm belief that we will devote time and effort so that our peoples and communities receive support for development, solidarity, joint effort, and joint action on the part of governments and institutions so that we can share visions and tasks that benefit our countries. Nicaragua will come to this meeting and to the session in its permanent effort to seek peace and consideration for respect of its citizens under the framework of the instruments that all of our states have adopted as a basis guide for our debates and the foundations of our decisions. It is for this reason, and aware of the rights of each of us who are members of this organization, we would like to appeal to not forget for 1 minute the values and principles of the charter that created the OAS, particularly those aspects that protect and defend the principles of self-determination, unrestricted respect for national sovereignty, and non-intervention in the internal affairs of a state. In the development of our work agenda, our country will submit its views and considerations with a respectful consideration for each of the items discussed. Certainly, this political body and regional coordination system should ensure that the contributions of all member states follow the legal and framework and sovereign framework to ensure the best lives for our peoples. Obviously, communication and globalization, cultural interaction and geographic interaction, and the historic links between our nations are important links of friendship, respect, consideration, and unity amongst our peoples. It is for this reason that we call on you to strengthen those binding ties and help us have the Americas become a space where we live in harmony and respect, where we live in peace. We attend this meeting and this session happy and satisfied that we have served our vocation of peace, which is the greatest desire of our peoples. A few days after we met as a great majority to reaffirm our unitary spirit, to express to our brothers and sisters of the continent our own plan of life that we've built together, which promises progress, harmony, and peace for all. We move forward with a mandate renewed through the free and sovereign will of the Nicaraguan people that commit us to continuing battling poverty, fighting for gender equity, health, and universal education that is free and of quality, and the protecting Afro-descendants, citizens' safety, amongst many others. The people of Nicaragua deserve this and require this. We will work hard to face the threats of imperialism, the pandemic crisis, and the climate crisis that undermine our right to development, freedom, and a good life. So with this spirit of Latin American and Caribbean fraternity, we categorically reject the threats to the well-being, peace, and prosperity of the Greater Caribbean, such as crime and terrorism, slavery, and all forms of illegal trafficking, discrimination for any means, and the unilateral policies and mechanisms such as the economic blockade imposed on Cuba, the Haynes-Burton law that negatively affects Cuba, the inclusion in the list of non-cooperating jurisdictions and elimination of risk, which minimizes the banking reciprocity relationships in the Grand Caribbean countries. In the last few days, we have ratified our hope for a better life, for natural growth, for development opportunities, and above all, for hope. Hope, maybe our wishes, our hopes are way too high, but our commitment to the people of Nicaragua are just as intense. Our delegation is participating in an effort to respect the right of each state to work within the framework of legality and common institutionality on behalf of each of our citizens, based on our own and sovereign decisions of our people. This is why we believe the principles to national sovereignty, self-determination, and policy of non-interference are not only valid, but are fundamental, essential conditions to ensure life, peace, security, cooperation, and unity amongst all our peoples. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I thank the delegation of Nicaragua and now call on Mr. Agustin Vasquez, Permanent Representative of the Republic of El Salvador. Thank you, El Salvador, for...
Señor presidente y querido amigo, señor canciller de Guatemala.
Distinguished good friend, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Guatemala, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, permanent observers, friends, my government greets you all and wishes you the very best in this General Assembly. Now, El Salvador doesn't wish to let this chance slip to speak most favorably and gratefully to the permanent observers, because this certainly is the time to do it, and to thank each one of the permanent observers for their support to the principles that are the bedrock of this organization and that we seek to advance under the 4 pillars of our activities. The pandemic has brought very much attention to our weaknesses, and equally how important the solidarity is of our permanent observers. And we are so grateful to the members who are so very much committed to our particular goals. Thank you for standing by us in the worst of the pandemic, even when your own countries were reeling from it, and for shoring up our security individually and hemispherically. The slogan, the banner of this 51st General Assembly towards renewal in the Americas is certainly a clarion call to focus on our shared interests and such things as the fight against climate change, the fight for gender equality, the fight against poverty, and so many other evils that we continue to work against. We will look forward to continue to work with our permanent observer friends and consider them absolutely strategic to the development of this hemisphere. Thank you so much. Thank you, Agustin Vasquez, permanent representative of El Salvador. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our list of speakers, and it remains for me to thank each of you for your contributions to this meeting. I am deeply grateful to each of you who have contributed so much to our very fruitful exchange with our valued permanent observers. We have touched on absolutely key issues that go to the heart of what we do in the Americas to help our citizens. Our views and the views of ministers and of ambassadors from all quarters have shown how devastating the effect of the pandemic has been and how critical it is that we close ranks with our good friends in the permanent observer camp to keep moving forward. I believe we also see patently in every one of the statements a firm and unwavering commitment vis-à-vis this hemisphere, and I thank you for it and urge you to stand by us and march with us as we move forward. I cannot thank the Secretary General Luis Almagro enough, as well as the External Affairs and other departments, and certainly also to our esteemed Assistant Secretary General Nestor Mendez, all of whom have made the difference. And I urge us to continue ensuring that this dialogue continues fruitful and promising. That brings this session to a close. I thank you.
Recording in
de
progress.
apertura de la Asamblea.
Un, dos, tres. Un, dos, ¿me escuchan?
escuchan, Gonzalo?
Sí, lo escuchamos.
Muchas gracias, don Luis.
Un poquito bajo, pero lo escuchamos.
¿Qué tal ahora?
Mucho mejor. Si se puede subir el micrófono un poco.
Muchas gracias.
A usted.
Buenos días a todos y todas. Recordamos que si quieren pueden ir enviando sus preguntas a través del
Probando, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2.
menú Q&A al pie de sus pantallas. Gracias.
The organizer just announced that if the press would like to pose questions, you can go ahead and start posing questions in the chat, and the press conference will begin shortly. Thank you.
Comenzamos en 30 segundos.
We're about to begin.
Buenos días y les damos la bienvenida a la conferencia de prensa de apertura.
Good morning. We'd like to welcome you to the press conference for the opening ceremony at the OAS General Assembly. We have interpretation in English and Spanish on Zoom. Those of you that are on Zoom, you can see a toggle and an interpretation icon in the lower part of your screen, and you can also access interpretation if you're not on Zoom through our website, www.oas.org.
If you follow us on any other channel, you may find the interpretation channel in our website, www.oas.org. Tenemos con nosotros para este evento al ministro de Relaciones.
So we're happy to welcome the Foreign Minister of the Republic of Guatemala, Pedro Brolo, the Secretary General of OAS, Luis Almagro, and the Deputy Secretary General of the OAS, Nestor Mendez. Thank you so much for your time and for let's welcome our hosts. We'll first let each of our hosts make their comments, and then if you'd like to share questions, please put them in the Q&A option. Write your name and your
Option Q&A on the menu at the bottom of your screen. Please don't forget to mention your name and media outlet when submitting a question.
So I apologize for all these opening remarks, and I'd like to give the floor to the Foreign Minister, Mr. Brolo. Thank you so much. This is the fourth time that Guatemala has the honor to host this hemispheric meeting, an annual meeting dating back to 1978. In 1986 and 1999, the Guatemala City hosted the event, and in 2003 in Antigua, Guatemala, and now we've taken upon the challenge of hosting the meeting remotely because of the pandemic. Throughout the period preceding the assembly here of the OAS, Guatemala has taken on the role to facilitate dialogue among individuals, current context, and the means to attain comprehensive development and safeguard the environment, the fight against climate change and disaster prevention. The OAS plays a role in building resilience in facing these challenges and developing mechanisms and procedures within the Inter-American system. We are pleased to have the member states of OAS joining us, and we'll work together under a slogan for this year, which is towards renewal in the Americas, that underscores our commitment to organization and immediate resolution for regional integration in light of our current context. While the General Assembly is underway, we will have opportunities to reflect upon a number of subjects, including the challenges that we face because of the pandemic, the joint efforts that we've undertaken by member states at OAS to immediately respond to economic recovery needs, access to immunization and services to our residents. Lessons learned throughout this period allow us to build true recovery throughout the Americas to safeguard life, property, and comprehensive development that is inclusive to our peoples and societies. It's essential that we comply with the commitment we made by member states to reduce hunger and ensure food and nutritional security throughout the region. On Tuesday, November 9th, yesterday, we had a successful forum of the private sector throughout the Americas with dialogue among representatives of civil society, heads of delegations, the Secretary General, the Deputy Secretary General, and private sector as part of the events that are collateral to the Assembly. Today, Wednesday, November 10th, we had a dialogue among heads of the delegation, including, of course, the Secretary General and Deputy Secretary General, with participation by permanent observers and providing a space, an important space, so that we can exchange information, proposals, and the donor community for the Inter-American system. As such, part of the overall activities taking place during the Assembly will have long work days, including the plenary sessions where we will approach the need to approve the agenda, the calendar, and the annual meetings organized by OAS. The meetings of the General Commission will review and approve 16 resolutions that have been submitted to discuss human rights promotions, strengthening of democracy, promoting security throughout the hemisphere, promoting resilience to natural disasters in the hemisphere, among others. In addition, we will elect officials for each of the agencies and units within OAS. Thank you very much, Foreign Minister. Secretary General of the OAS has the floor. Luis Almagro. Mic on. Welcome, everyone, to the press conference at the 51st Ordinary Assembly of OAS. I'd first like to acknowledge our host country and Pedro Brolo, Foreign Minister, for working so arduously to organize this event. Of course, that of the Deputy Secretary General, Mr. Mendez. We've been working for quite some time now on organizing these General Assemblies. But of course, Guatemala gave us essential support to organize this event in difficult times. America, as a renewed region, brings us to a point where we have to evaluate results over the last year and consider our work underway and consider to strive toward recovery throughout the continent. And we at the Secretary General's office and the organization per se, as a political forum, has to provide responses to the challenges that we're facing and that most certainly our countries expect specific solutions. OAS is throughout the region, and OAS does not look elsewhere. That is deserving of the countries. I acknowledge the 4 pillars: democracy, human rights, and natural resources. There are a number of issues during the Assembly that we'll address. Some issues have a higher priority, greater interest, and will reflect the concerns of the general public more than others. But they're all important, and everything can be discussed during the General Assembly. The Assembly underscores the importance to protect human rights, to strengthen democracy, international legislation, and security throughout the hemisphere, as well as hemispheric efforts for comprehensive development and the fight against hunger and poverty. Challenges that we are posed now because of climate change, particularly in this region, the most vulnerable region exposed to these changes of climate change. And we also have to address the issue of telecommunications, the impact of the pandemic, and the effects that this may have long-term throughout the hemisphere. We'll also review significant aspects of including CIDH, the International Human Rights Court, and others. The Assembly is the appropriate time to assess our work thus far and track and trace our route going forward, and this is what produces the mandates for our to govern our work throughout the year. We appreciate Guatemala's support and that of each of our member states as we strive to move forward.
Secretario, y tiene la palabra ahora el secretario general adjunto, Néstor Méndez.
Thank you, Secretary General. And now the floor is for the Deputy Secretary General.
As you may be aware, owing to the current state of the COVID-19 pandemic, the 51st regular session of the OAS General Assembly will once again be held virtually. Notwithstanding, I am pleased to note that several delegations have opted to participate in person in the plenary sessions. To that end, in an effort to ensure the health and safety of all delegations present, guided by recommendations from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the U.S. federal government, and local health authorities, the General Secretariat is facilitating access to OAS headquarters to accredited delegates from member states under strict prevention measures for their safety. The General Assembly is the highest decision-making body of the OAS, and the decisions made by ministers of foreign affairs and other heads of delegations in the next few days will guide the work program and priorities of the organization over the coming year. This gathering will provide a unique opportunity for dialogue and consensus building, strengthening multilateralism and cooperation, and engendering a hemispheric perspective for solving shared challenges, most importantly, the recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to express our deepest appreciation to the government of Guatemala for offering to host this 51st General Assembly of the OAS, as has been said, marking it the 4th time as host. On September the 1st, 2021, Foreign Minister Brolo presented the theme of the OAS, of the 51st OAS General Assembly, towards renewal in the Americas. And in doing so, he reaffirmed Guatemala's commitment to promoting solidarity and hemispheric cooperation as contained in the OAS Charter. Heartfelt thanks to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Guatemala, Pedro Brolo, the permanent representative of Guatemala to the OAS, Ambassador Rita Claveri, and all their staff for their unwavering dedication and commitment. We have worked very closely with them over the past few months and look forward to a successful assembly. This year's theme addresses the need to redouble efforts towards fostering a renewed, strengthened, and inclusive approach to advancing the hemispheric agenda. The General Assembly will therefore adopt resolutions and declarations related to the developments in the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on the hemisphere, hemispheric initiatives on integral development, hemispheric response to disasters, and the fight against hunger and poverty, increasing and strengthening the participation of civil society in OAS activities, as well as financing of the organization's budget, among others. I wish to provide a very quick overview of the number of participants in attendance at this General Assembly. As of this morning at 9 in the morning, we had delivered 671 credentials in total to the participants in this 51st regular session of the General Assembly, of which there were a total of 258 delegates participating from our member states. This includes 27 ministers of foreign affairs accredited as heads of delegation, 7 vice ministers, and other high-level authorities. We also have 48 accredited representatives from 33 permanent observer countries to the OAS. The General Secretariat processed 198 registration requests from civil society organizations, workers' organizations, private sector organizations, and organizations of communities of indigenous peoples and persons of African descent to attend the General Assembly as special guests. The number of participants from these groups amounted to approximately 338 persons. In addition, we have participation from 37 international organizations and 58 total delegates from them. It should also be noted that, as has been mentioned before, important elections will be held for the decentralized and autonomous organizations of the OAS. These elections, which will take place during the third plenary on Friday, November the 12th, are as follows. We will have elections to fill the post of 3 members of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, for which we have 5 candidates from the following countries: Mexico, Colombia, Chile, Barbados, and the United States. We will also be electing 4 members of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, for which we have 7 candidates from the following countries: Brazil, Paraguay, Peru, Costa Rica, Argentina, Chile, and Suriname. We also have elections for 3 members of the Inter-American Juridical Committee, for which we only have 1 candidate that has been presented from Peru. 2 members of the Justice Studies Center of the Americas, for which 2 candidates have been presented, 1 from the United States and 1 from Panama. 1 member of the Administrative Tribunal, for which 1 candidate has been presented by Ecuador, and 1 member of the Board of External Auditors, for which 1 candidate has been presented from Antigua and Barbuda. I also wish to mention the dialogue held yesterday and prior to the start of the General Assembly with representatives of civil society organizations, during which the highest authorities of the OAS presented perspectives on the COVID-19 pandemic, human rights, democracy, and security, among other issues, with representatives of civil society organizations from the hemisphere, the private sector, and other social actors. I wish to conclude by taking this opportunity to recognize and applaud the dedicated workforce of the General Secretariat, who played an instrumental role in organizing this General Assembly. It is my hope that this will be a successful and productive assembly from which concrete actions will emanate, leading to greater prosperity and development for the peoples of the Americas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A continuación pasaremos a las preguntas.
And now we will move on to the questions. And I remind you that in order to ask questions, you need to do it through the Q&A option that you will find at the bottom of your screen. The first question comes from Brenda Larios from the Guatemalan media outlet, both for Foreign Minister Brolo as for the Secretary General. What are the regional efforts for equitable access to COVID-19 vaccine, and what actions can be implemented to promote economic reactivation and tourism in the region? Foreign Minister? Very well, thank you very much. What efforts for equitable access to COVID-19 vaccine? It is important that we jointly call on equitable and universal access to vaccines and not holding them under a true desire to leave nobody behind. This hemispheric forum helps us to find that common denominator where we can convey these messages and put in practice certain mechanisms that give us this universal access to vaccines. As to question 2 on actions that may be implemented to promote tourism and economic reactivation of the region, we need to focus here on economic reactivation because it tackles the fundamental causes for migration, which is another very relevant topic for the hemisphere at this time. We need to put in practice economic development. We need to move from cooperation to investment matrices that allow us to build walls of prosperity that mean sustainable development to be able to tackle the causes for people wanting to migrate. It will be important for tourism to make our sanitary protocols uniform to be able to reactivate flights to and from our countries in order to promote the tourism tourism dynamics as countries progress in processes of vaccination. It will be far easier to control the spreading of the virus and thus give more peace of mind to travelers. Thank you for your question. Twice today, we have said that we need to launch an international plan, or at least a regional plan of equitable access to vaccines and vaccination. That regional plan is absolutely necessary in view of the clear differences that we find in the percentages and levels of vaccination among our countries, and evidently also in order to address problems that may be encountered after taking the vaccine to give access to the entire population to the vaccine. An international plan is absolutely necessary to create better equity conditions for access to vaccines and vaccination. And that is something that we need to work on together, because conditions of equality are absolutely essential in our hemisphere, and we need to be able to, among our countries and within the countries, to have those conditions of equity which are essential, because, well, either everybody is safe or nobody is safe. Regarding the promotion of tourism, I repeat the concepts presented by Minister Brolo. We need to promote tourism. We need to work and encourage regional meetings in order to promote tourism. We need to accomplish better agreements among countries and with companies and travel agencies and tour operators in order to promote the best conditions. We need to also do extensive work in order to accomplish equitable conditions of vaccination and vaccination certification. When there are vaccines which are not accepted generally, we are creating unequal conditions, and that is a very important consideration. We also need to work to create the conditions of certification which allow safe travel and equitable conditions for the people of the hemisphere to address it. Thank you. And now we have a question from Laura Patricia Barros from EFE. I don't know whether she is here to ask her question. She is raising her hand as we speak. Go ahead, Laura, if you can hear me. We can see you. Your microphone is muted. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for taking my question. My questions are for Secretary Almagro and Deputy Secretary Mendez. This General Assembly is taking place a few days after elections in Nicaragua. It is expected that do we expect an official declaration or a decision on the part of the OAS with regard to the government of Ortega? There are countries that have asked for invocation of Article 21 of your charter. Can we expect a call with regard to the distribution of vaccines? You already addressed this slightly. Economic recovery and post-pandemic and the phenomenon of migration. Thank you, Laura. Who would like to take this question?
El tema de la crisis política en Nicaragua está
The
en la
matter of the political crisis of Nicaragua is on the organization's agenda. Evidently, the countries will decide the level of the enforcement of the charter. The suggestions were made based on the technical report for democracy strengthening and in search of analyzing and making technical conditions clear that determined the election in Nicaragua. The work ahead of us is, I don't want to address it at this point. This is the main political forum of the hemisphere. The countries in the Permanent Council have adopted 2 resolutions regarding Nicaragua, aware of the need to discuss the situation of the political prisoners and the need to release political prisoners in Nicaragua. You have pointed to the alternative of 2 articles of the charter, the Inter-American Charter, and it will be up to the countries to discuss their applicability. At any rate, this will be a collective evaluation by virtue, first of all, of Article 20 of the Inter-American Charter. The work remains ahead. We are having these discussions and we will continue to work, and we urge this collective evaluation by virtue of the instruments of the Inter-American legal documents, the OAS Charter and the Inter-American Charter. As to having the Assembly address the topics related to the pandemic, post-pandemic, and the economic recovery of the countries, that is a key consideration. And our countries have an urgency all to determine the conditions of equity. That is why we submitted the proposal for a regional plan for equity. You cannot see countries that have conditions of 60% and others with 20% vaccination. We have to have better conditions for the production of the vaccine that allows better access for global markets, better conditions to gain access to the vaccine as requested by the WHO, and work on the basis of the principles provided by PAHO. The PAHO has very completely systematized the situation of each health status in each country. The countries have different scenarios. They have systematized the needs of each country, has systematized the best solutions based on the dialogue that it maintains with the health systems of each country. And this is work that we should not forget. It can be addressed, it can be systematized, and based on this, we need to create those conditions that lead to improved access. The system works in conditions, obviously, of better, new, and additional financial resources. And when we work with health organizations of each country, and then also when health systems present vulnerabilities with the strongest organizations of your countries, the private sector, civil society, to bring vaccination closer to the people of all the countries, of course, taking into account the conditions of Afro-descendant, indigenous, more discriminated against or more neglected populations. We need to do comprehensive work in this regard. You have also seen it in the Permanent Council, where a request was set forth, or the states were urged to participate in the negotiation of an international convention to face pandemics in the framework of the UN. This is the road ahead that needs to be promoted by all the countries of the region. Post-pandemic conditions, today we heard that said by Panama, shows increased indebtedness in our countries, and this makes it necessary for bilateral creditors and international financial institutions to have absolute clarity that they need to observe flexibility in the handling of debt, which will be critical to accomplish reactivation and new and additional capabilities by countries, better access to technology, and the training of human resources will all be critical to accomplish this recovery. Thank you, Secretary. We have the same question on Nicaragua from EFP, Ms. Matos from Barrero Merlano. And now we have a question from Carla Angola from Secretary for the Secretary General. There's a formal investigation for crimes against mankind against Maduro. What would you say to those that continue to be partners of Maduro? How has the game changed? It is not a change of political game. This would be the wrong approach. When the Organization of American States, the Secretary General did work to file the complaints and systematizing complaints filed and taking testimonies on the part of witnesses. This was done with the very close cooperation of civil society from Venezuela and with victims and relatives of victims. And what is essential for everyone is truth, justice, non-repetition. And in addition, since these are crimes against humanity and systematized violations of human rights, these systematic violations of human rights must stop. These crimes against mankind must stop. The work ahead is work related to justice. That work related to justice that has to do with finding the truth and about the systematic violation of human rights, accomplishing conditions of non-repetition, these conditions where we also recover the memory of crimes against mankind throughout the hemisphere, so that one day we will have a hemisphere free from crimes against mankind. This is our objective. This is the objective for the organization. This is the objective for which we have done our work and for which we trust in the investigation work that will be conducted. The prosecutor of the International Court has requested that this topic not be politicized, that his team be allowed to work, and therefore politicization should be out of the scope of the work. We want justice, we want the truth, we want non-repetition. As a result, thank you, Secretary. I'm told that the question of EFE, the last question, the last part related to migration, will that be addressed in the General Assembly?
Well, the issue of migration will be addressed during the General Assembly. There are issues that we've continued to address and in dialogue with the observer states, as well as during the meeting with civil society, as well as throughout the meetings and sessions that we'll have throughout these upcoming days. There is no doubt a migration crisis that is intense throughout the region. The Venezuelan migration crisis, over 6 million Venezuelans have been displaced, and the conditions of migrants in the Northern Triangle, as well as in other areas, Nicaragua as well. Each of these issues have to be addressed based on a human rights logical framework, and of course, we would expect the reports that those entities specialized in these issues will submit to us through the Inter-American system, and of course, this will be addressed throughout these upcoming meetings. Thank you, Secretary General. And we have a question from Alejandra Redonda from Voice of America. Alejandra, are you there? I'm waiting to see if she's here. Hello, Alejandra. You have the floor. Back to Nicaragua. I'd like to ask, after Sunday's elections, under what conditions would OAS support or seek a dialogue and a political resolution after we saw the outcome of Sunday's elections? Thank you. As you know, the Secretary for Democracy Strengthening requested that the elections on Sunday be declared null and void and new elections be held. The OAS, the Secretary General, the Permanent Council, all have been absolutely committed to supporting free, transparent elections in Nicaragua. This has been an ongoing process as an election process in which the absolute guarantees have been requested by OAS, especially standards for neutral positions based in Nicaragua specifically on the resolutions that were submitted prior to holding the primary elections before the political crisis broke out. So, of course, our organization is always willing to undertake assignments such as this and seeking democratic resolution in the country, of course, in light of the mandates and political considerations undertaken by the maximum agency of the organization, which is the General Assembly. Thank you, Secretary Arredondo. I apologize for mispronouncing your last name, Alejandra. So this concludes our press conference. No further questions. Thank you very much, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, Foreign Minister. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Que estén muy bien, nos vemos más tarde.
Igualmente.
Luego. Gracias.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.